A very good evening to you. I'm Andrew McKenna and welcome to TalkSport 2 and our exclusive coverage of the second T20 international between the West Indies and England in Barbados. OK, time to hold my hands up. Yesterday evening I started off by telling you this wasn't the same England as the Ashes and that T20 was a format of the game that England were pretty good at. Well, unfortunately, that's not how things played out. Bowled out for 103, England were never in the game as the West Indies cruised home for a 9-wicket win. Today's a new day, though, and if we know anything about cricket with England under Owen Morgan, it'll certainly not be panic stations. There'll have been conversations, there'll have probably been a few tweaks, but all done to give England the best chance of winning. So sit back and enjoy it as we find out over the next 4 hours or so whether England can level things up here on TalkSport 2. Well, evening all. Welcome along. And we are a couple of minutes away from the coin going up to decide team news and toss, of course. First thing to tell you, we've got another glorious day in Barbados. There was some rain overnight and early morning, but no sign of that, and certainly no issue regarding the players at the moment and starting this game on time. So it is all systems go. And England need to be all systems go because yesterday was all systems in full reverse, if we're brutally honest about the whole thing. Horrible time for them. 103 all out in 19 overs and 4 balls. 49 for 7 in the 12th over when Owen Morgan was dismissed. They were never at the races and they only got to 103 thanks to Chris Jordan with 28 and Adil Rashid with 22. So that was the problem, although the bowlers gave it a go. There simply weren't enough runs on the board. Adil Rashid, the only man who was able to make a breakthrough, getting Shai Hope out. So we are awaiting the news from the toss, which will happen very, very shortly indeed. We'll be heading out to the middle to bring you that. Be interesting to see if England go unchanged or not. The word we're hearing is that Liam Livingstone is now officially back in the squad for today's game after his illness. Doesn't mean he'll be picked, so we'll be finding that from Owen Morgan shortly, but it looks like England are getting closer to being at full strength for these matches. Remember, this is the second of 5. Number 3 is on Wednesday evening, and then it is next weekend for games numbers 4 and 5. All of them get underway at 8 p.m. Toss at 7:30. We'll be with you for those. The toss for today's game is imminent because I can see Owen Morgan and Kieran Pollard have
Richardson, match referee. I've got Kieran Pollard, Owen Morgan. Kieran, please give it a flip. Hey. Call his heads. It's come down a tail. West Indies have won it again. What are you going to do, Kieran Pollard?
How are we going to feel first?
Similar to yesterday, then you'll be hoping that you can get away to a flying start with wickets in the power play once more.
Yeah, pretty much hopeful, but obviously we're going on to a new pitch as well, so you don't know what it has to offer. Obviously, sometimes it looks like it's going to play well, but it's only when you're actually on it. So we get an opportunity to see what it does firstly, and then assess from there. Okay,
must be very happy with the performance yesterday. Did everybody come through fit and ready to play today? Any changes to your team?
No, same team. Obviously give the guys another opportunity. The guys have done well yesterday, and yes, we have a big squad, but we're in a position now where we want to try to inculcate one sort of movement, and I think the guys are looking forward to the challenge.
Absolutely important that you back up one good performance with another.
Yeah, of course. That has been one of our biggest challenges over the years, trying to replicate and do the same things over and over. Conversation has been, success is boring. Sometimes you have to do that thing over and over in order to be, consistent. So that's what we are striving for. Okay. Yesterday was a start, but as I said, less than 24 hours, we're back here, and we have to try to do it yet again.
Okay, great stuff. Thanks for speaking with us. Owen, well, as so often happens in sport, you get a chance to rectify the mistakes of yesterday.
Yeah, not normally as quick as this. So it is nice in coming back. Obviously a different surface, like Polly mentioned, doesn't play how it looks. So again, a challenge similar to yesterday is going to be adapting to conditions, doing that better, trying to negate things like we didn't do well yesterday.
Okay, large squad, COVID, etc., back-to-back games. Any changes to your side from yesterday?
Yeah, we've made one change. Tymal Mills is missing out, and Reece Topley comes in and plays to him.
Okay, and no Liam Livingstone yet. He's still struggling.
Still unavailable at the moment. Like I mentioned, pre-series we will continue to change the side, probably more so, for the last 3 games now that we're bang first up.
Okay, I'm struggling to hear you now, so I'm going to let you go. The news from the middle here in this second Betway T20 International is that the West Indies have won the toss, and once again they're going to have a bowl first.
Thank you very much, Butch. So there is the news. West Indies unchanged. England do make a change. Reece Topley in for Tymal Mills. Butch may have not been able to hear Owen Morgan, but thankfully we could. And he did also say, despite us being told that Liam Livingstone was back and in the squad and available, it would seem that from what Owen Morgan was saying, he's not actually fit and available to be involved today. So as yet, Liam Livingstone not available to be selected. So England will be batting first once again. Delighted to say the former England spinner Gareth Batty is with us on commentary duty once again for this evening's game. What do you make of that then, Gareth? One change.
Very good evening, Macca. Very good evening, everybody listening. I think with back-to-back games, there's a pretty good chance that the big fellas, the fast bowlers, are going to have some niggles from time to time. Tymal Mills has had his injury issues. Is it something that he's picked up last night, or is it precaution that they're saying, look, he's not going to play back-to-back games, we're not going to risk breaking him? The one thing I do know, Reece Topley is a very, very good replacement. See him at close quarters, obviously on a daily basis back at the Oval. And he's in good form, he's in good fettle. He's slightly taller than Tymal Mills, but maybe it is a fraction tactical. After they saw Holder, he's not quite as tall as Jason Holder, but he's certainly tall. He's got that beautiful left arm over, swinging it back into the pads as well, which King and a few others have a few slight issues with in the West Indian ranks. So is it technical? Is it a slight niggle to Mills? Who knows? But personally, selfishly, it's good for Reece Topley. The rest of the England lineup, you'd expect to see the same.
Reece Topley comes in. His dad is out in Barbados watching, and I hope he's able to get into the ground slightly quicker than he did yesterday, because on social media he was saying there were all sorts of problems getting into the ground because there weren't enough gates open. So as a result, an awful lot of spectators actually missed the start of the game because they spent some time in the queue. So Donny, if you've got TalkSport 2 on while you're in the queue, jump the queue. Make sure you're in early doors so you get to see the start of play. Right, let's get some thoughts on the West Indies being unchanged. Barry Wilkinson, of course, is our West Indian expert once again. Barry, what do you make of that then? First of all, 2 games out of 2, Kieran Pollard's won a toss. That's breaking news of significant portions. He couldn't buy the toss against the West Indies. He's won it again, and West Indies unchanged.
Well, they won 4 of the 5 tosses in the UAE, and when they play at the World Cup, so I wouldn't read too much into that. But no, quite seriously, it's a good thing for the West Indies not to have to make any changes to their team. To be quite honest, look, not many persons did many things yesterday in terms of batting. Only 3 people batted. So to make changes, I think, would have been a bit disingenuous. I think it's a good move. The bowlers did their job yesterday, so there's no talk about perhaps anyone having a bad spell or anyone bowling poorly. Everyone did a good job with the ball. So I think it's the right decision not to make any changes and give the guys another run. We've still got 3 games left. Let's see what happens today. Let's see if they can get that level of consistency up.
There was discussion, let's put the word discussion out there, about the pitch we were on for yesterday's game. Today, we've moved 3 pitches to the left as we're looking out from the broadcast area. Now, that is nearer to where England played their warm-up game during the week. That played like an absolute belter. Is that maybe the side of the square to be on? Maybe are the surfaces as you get further to the left of the block maybe a little bit better? Because this one looks in character different to yesterday's pitch.
Yeah, this pitch looks much better for batting, I must tell you. And yeah, you're right. The pitch on the left where the England team would have played that warm-up is where they belted over 200 runs. We have to wait and see. Not a lot of cricket has happened at Kensington Oval in the last 18 months to 2 years, as you would appreciate, because of COVID and what have you. So we're not quite sure yet to see how the squares have been playing. They've done so much remedial work. Australia played here last year in August, and that was the last internationals that we've had at Kensington. The Caribbean Premier League was played only in sick kits last year, so no cricket really has been played at the Oval, so I'm not quite sure that any pitch is more favourable in terms of scoring more runs than any. You have to just to see how they have been prepared. But when you look at this particular surface, it's void of grass. Unlike yesterday had much more grass, and that's why the seamers had such a great time. This one seems to be more void of grass, and I think it also looks flatter, which the England team should enjoy. What is hilarious, I'm seeing Jason Holder mark his run up at both ends, so I'm not quite sure if he's going to be delivering at both today, because yesterday he delivered at one and he got 4 for 7. If he's bowling at both ends today, he's probably going to get 8. But no, the conditions are absolutely spectacular, and this pitch to me looks a bit more balanced than yesterday, which I think favoured any seamer who would have perhaps been licking their chops when they saw it early in the day.
Now, look, obviously we're talking 3:30 in the afternoon, Barbados time. There was some rain early in the morning, but that's been well and truly evaporated away by the day's sunshine. No problems with conditions at all?
None at all. In fact, there was a torrential storm overnight. So much so that it has affected our commentary box, because we've got a very serious leak that we're trying to configure and get done right. And then it didn't help that the rain fell about 1:30 local time for a good half an hour. We were fearful that cricket would not have started on time. But thankfully, sun is out in all of its glory. A couple of clouds in the sky, but nothing that would suggest that there's going to be rain. So the conditions are just tremendous right now. And unlike yesterday, where the Brits had so much problems getting in, today is much more organised, more gates are open, and more COVID testing and facilities are also available. That was one of the issues yesterday. If you didn't have your COVID test, some people had to get a COVID test, which takes, as you know, as an antigen, 15 to 20 minutes. So it kind of held back people coming in. And that was a bit of a headache. But today is much better. The crowd is in. I would say it's about, 4,000 or 5,000 at the moment, and it is building. So we expect not to have those issues that we had yesterday here at Kensington today.
Tremendous, Barry. Thank you very much for the time being. So it is one change for England. They have been put into bat by the West Indies once again. It is one change with Reece Topley coming in for Tymal Mills, and it is West Indies unchanged. So Jason Roy, Tom Banton, James Vince, Moeen Ali, Owen Morgan, Sam Billings, Chris Jordan, Liam Dawson, Adil Rashid, Saqib Mahmood and Reece Topley, the 11 for England. Shai Hope, Brandon King, Nicholas Poran, Darren Bravo, Kyron Pollard, Jason Holder, Fabian Allen, Romario Shepherd, Odin Smith, Akil Hussain and Sheldon Cottrell. Those are the 11s for today's game. The West Indies winning the toss and choosing to field. Gareth Batty, former England spinner, part of the commentary team this evening, with me along with Jared Kimber, our analyst. Gareth, we were just hearing from Sandra Di Michele there that the West Indies are now, as far as the bookmakers are concerned, the favourites for this series. England were strong favourites, and it appears that one pretty ordinary performance has been enough for a few punters to suddenly decide the West Indies is the way to go. You're a bit surprised by that?
Very surprised. If you go from red-hot favourites in a 5-match series after one, and let's be honest, you better have to lose badly in 2020 than get somewhere near, which is basically, let's scratch it off as England's sort of one real poor performance in a 5-match series. I'd be, if I was allowed and if I had a few pounds, I'd maybe be looking that way. But it's an interesting call. Maybe they've seen something I haven't seen, and judging by what we've seen, Mike Butcher just giving us a little bit of an insight into the surface compared to yesterday. It looks as though it's a surface that you would suggest suits England a little bit more, the style they want to be super aggressive and take the game on. You would suggest that even more is in their favour than last evening going into this match.
Jared Kimber, you look at an awful lot of things and get into an awful lot of details regarding cricket. How good were the West Indies yesterday? I mean, on paper, it's a big win. They bowled out England for 103. and won by 9 wickets with 17 balls to spare. But how actually good were they over the course of the match?
Yeah, I think if I was talking to the West Indies, I would have probably called that maybe lucky win is the wrong term, but I probably would have said that was a friendly win. And the way that you look at that is, once you lose 4 wickets early on, as they did, if that is from a brilliant spell of bowling or from a rash of bad shots, you say, wow, that the opposition played a part or we played a part. 3 of the 4 wickets was a full toss, a half tracker, and not even a good half tracker, and a throwdown ball, essentially, to Moeen Ali. So you'd have to say that there's a huge amount of luck in 3 of those 4 wickets, and that really dictated the game. I thought West Indies played well, but when you look at the whole innings, they finished that with their death bowlers with Jason Holder, Fabian Allen, and Kieran Pollard. Now, bats will probably say that sometimes in those situations you try and finish them off with your other bowlers, and so you end up using all your best bowlers early on. I'm not sure that's what the West Indies did. Outside of Cottrell, I just don't think they have death bowlers, right? So what happens when England hit the death with Banton, Vince, Moeen Ali, Sam Billings, one of those guys in form? So I think there's always a touch of fluke with T20 results, right? It's not like Test cricket where the better team usually wins, and you always have to look at that. And I think Kieran Pollard's comments were fairly clear on that as well. He said things went their way and they were looking for consistency.
The only thing I would say, because I don't like to agree with everything you say, Jared, but I agree with taking it deep and exposing their death bowling. The one thing I would say, sometimes if you bowl lots of good balls, if you look at a highlights package, it's generally one of the lesser balls that takes the wickets. That would be the only thing. So people that have maybe seen some highlights and looked at the wickets and gone, "God blimey, they were rubbish balls." Actually, there were some very nice pieces of bowling before that. And Holder, it doesn't matter what standard, if you bowl 4 overs in a 2020 game and only go for 7 runs, take the 4 wickets out of it. Pretty amazing stuff. So I agree with you in principle, but he did bowl well, Holder.
Yeah, I think that you also have to factor in how unlikely it is to have 3 dismissals like that as well. So it's really easy when you get bowled out for around 100 to come back in and the coach is furious and he's yelling at everyone. It's my job sort of as the analyst to go, that's unlucky. Sometimes it's just unlucky. Like, what did Jason Roy do wrong other than miss a full toss? Like, he's supposed to smash full tosses. James Vince is having a look at that half tracker going, I'm going to hit that. And even Moeen Ali, as you said, he probably hit it the way he did because he was half hitting it because it was first ball. So I think it's important to know that these things just happen in T20 cricket. And the biggest problem we have in T20 cricket, I think, is once you get behind, it's very hard to fight your way back. Like, at that stage, as you said, I thought they bowled better after they took the wickets rather than before because they were on top, the pitch was really helping them. It's really hard to fight your way back in. And when you have a single performance like Jason Holder's, but also Akil Hussain, I thought bowled really well also. Once you get those sorts of performances, how do you fight your way back in? And I think that was England's problem yesterday, but I don't think that that's always going to be a huge issue.
Let's just quickly touch on Reece Topley here, because this is his first T20 international since England played South Africa in Mumbai in the March of 2016 during the World T20 then. And in fact, he's actually only bowled 270 deliveries in T20 cricket since January of 2021. He's taken 13 wickets at 30 and a half. And in fact, actually, that includes the Big Bash and the 100 for those. Look, we know he's had his injury problems. Is this a case, Gareth, that he would have featured an awful lot more, not only domestically, but for England as well, if his back had held up? That's what's kept him out of the team? Or is it actually there's a lot of bowlers similar quality that meant actually selection could have gone either way at the various points?
No, I think if you look at the timeline, and forgive me if I don't get it 100% accurately, it would have been at Essex, I think, 2016, and he had a few injury problems, which a lot of very tall bowlers get, because your bones are not as strong, so you pick up the stress fractures and all this sort of a thing. Then he moved on to Hampshire, where he picked up injuries again, hardly played for Hampshire, then took himself out of the game by his own admission to get himself right for a good period of time. I'm going to estimate about 8 or 9 months. It was a long time. So there's no paycheck, there's no nothing coming in. He removed himself to get himself right. Then he put himself forward and Sussex gave him a go, and he went beautifully that year in the T20 Blast. I'm thinking that was about 19. I stand corrected again. I'm looking at Gerard and he's thinking, I didn't go against you, but I'm going 19 because my age is going against me with my memory. And then after that, we at Surrey took him on at the end of that year. He was only on a short contract with them, and we said, look, we feel like you might be over your injury issues, and we want you to come and play all forms of the game, not just white ball cricket, because he was earmarked as a young man, being tall, left armer, and swings it back in. What a talent. Can we get you on the park was the only question for anybody. So I think it's only due to injury why he hasn't had sustained periods, possibly wearing the 3 Lions. But we shall see again this evening. My interpretation is he's getting better, he's evolving as a player, his body's more robust, and I think he can make a real impact in the international game.
I think, Macca, it's also worth noting that England don't know how good he is, because kind of no one at this point knows how good he is. So we know he's not that fast. I think that's probably one of the more honest things we could say about him.
He's about the pace of Jason Holder, I would suggest.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And so Jason Holder's early T20 career, I think Jason Holder went to Chennai like when he was 20 and then struggled for years because people didn't want to pick him because they were like, he's not fast enough. We don't even know how good Reece Topley can be. And I suppose at this point, Reece Topley doesn't know either. So if you compare him to a lot of the England players, play so much T20 cricket. So Bats is, I still think, in the last, I don't know, whatever it is, 5 years, might have bowled the 7th most deliveries of any off-spinner, specialist off-spinner in the world, right? There aren't that many guys who play that much cricket. So we just don't know exactly what he can do as a cricketer, and neither do England. So they take chances when he is fit to give him a go, because potentially, at his height, we've seen with Marco Jansen in South Africa, what do you do with a really tall left armer? You can't practice because there's about 5 of them in the world.
Yeah, I think if you go from your side of the fence and you go from a statistical point of view, you look at his height, you marry it up with his pace, you marry it up with his swing, everything absolutely lines up to be a jet.
Yeah, 27 years of age, and despite the fact that he's missed quite big chunks, he's played 100 games of domestic T20 cricket. So that's actually not. It makes the point that you're making there, Jared, that when he's fit and available, he plays.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one really good thing is I think England have seen enough to know he's next level. They just don't know if he's a replacement level player or if he's, a star in the future. And, if you look at Shaheen Afridi, Mitchell Starc, Marco Jansen, those tall left armers, if they get it right, they're basically unplayable, because someone was, a player contacted me recently about how he would go about facing Marco Jansen. And I said, well, how do you practice to begin with? Like, there's one 6'8" South African left arm quick bowler in the world, right? So these things, that's why he's so rare, and he's almost like a unicorn within T20 cricket, and that's why everyone gives him a go. We just don't know if he's a squad player or a starter player. I suppose that's the fair thing with him at the moment.
And just to give you a comparison, Reece Topley's played 100 games of T20 cricket domestically, and we're saying he's been in and out. Gareth Batty, off the top of your head, how many do you think you played?
10,000.
No, it feels like 10,000.
I don't have a clue. I'm trying to put that side of my life to one side because it was pretty unspectacular.
194. So that gives you an idea of where Reece Topley is in that.
And you started before T20.
Yeah, I played the whole thing from inception to retirement.
Did you ever play limited overs cricket with the red ball? Did you start before the red ball?
Absolutely, I did. Whites and red ball. Give offer.
Moving swiftly on. It's TalkSport 2. We are closing in on the first ball of this second T20 International. We had the anthems last night. We don't have them anymore in this series, so the players will be on their way out very shortly. Nigel Duguid and Joel Wilson are our umpires for this one. Gregory Brathwaite is working on the TV detail this evening. Richie Richardson, our match referee once again. So the West Indies have won the toss. They have put England into bat, so as basically a repeat of yesterday in terms of the toss and the decision. In terms of the team news, England have made one change. Reece Topley is in for Tamar Mills. That's the only change on both sides. So Jason Roy, Tom Banton, James Vince, Moeen Ali, Owen Morgan, Sam Billings, Chris Jordan, Liam Dawson, Adil Rashid, Saqib Mahmood and Reece Topley for England. Shai Hope, Brandon King, Nicholas Pooran, Darren Bravo, Kyron Pollard, Jason Holder, Fabian Allen, Romario Shepherd, Odean Smith, Akil Hussain and Sheldon Cottrell are the team for the West Indies. The players have just observed a moment as the anti-racism stance, and they're now out in the middle and preparing to get themselves underway. Barry Wilkinson and Steve Harmison will be on commentary shortly, but myself and Gareth will pick it up from the first session. We were on fire yesterday. Well, I was anyway. I couldn't stop taking wickets, so I'm hoping that lightning will not strike twice this evening on that front, Gareth. Important that England get up and underway with a solid start this evening, isn't it? First 2 or 3 overs at least. Yeah,
I think that the top order players will take a little bit more responsibility. That would have been a chat in the changing room, a bit of a debrief. Wouldn't have been too in-depth because they don't have the time to be too in-depth. What was right yesterday just needs a tweak today. And it might not even need a tweak from yesterday because the surface might be what they anticipated it had been yesterday. So it might just be what we were going to do yesterday, we do today, and we get a big score and bowl well. So it'll be interesting to see these first few balls.
Here we go, it's Sheldon Cottrell once again, left arm over the wicket, and he's on his way in, and there's some shape back into Jason Roy. Jason Roy is able to clip it up to mid-on, and he's underway. Odean Smith does the fielding, and England are underway with a single from the very first ball of the innings. But there was a similar kind of modus operandi there, Gareth, from Sheldon Cottrell. Early on, there's going to be some shape back into the right-hander.
Yeah, he definitely does get that shape back in, and it's one thing that Jason tries to keep his left leg out of the way so he doesn't get hit on the pad. Bowled, he can allow his back path to get down at the ball. Didn't quite work yesterday. He won't be worried about that. But he will be wary of Cottrell because that is a huge threat to any batter coming back into the stumps, challenging the pad.
Listeners on TalkSport are with us as well. Welcome along as for the second ball of the England innings. It's flicked down the leg side by Tom Banton, and England are 5 without loss after 2 deliveries of this second T20 international, put into bat for the second game in a row by the West Indies. Sheldon Cottrell has just got a little bit too tight to the batsman, and Banton flicks it very fine through fine leg in the first boundary. It's put on the board Gareth Batty.
Big statement, but I'm suggesting it looks a better pitch already. Just from that ball from Cottrell, it came through nice easy pace and nice easy bounce.
In he comes once again. Back foot is Tom Banton pushing into the covers. Bravo will field there, and there's no run. And again, there just looks a little bit more timing and fluency about that, Gareth.
Yeah, it does have that sheen that Mark Butcher was talking about sometimes. We talk about yesteryear too much, but certainly back Barbados back in the day, it was almost like rolled mud, and there was a sheen to it. It's almost like brushed concrete sometimes, and it's got more of that look about it.
Sheldon Cottrell on his way for the 4th ball of the over. That's again too tight to the pad, flicked away by Banton. Will be fielded down on the long leg boundary by Romario Shepherd. Single taken. Well, England got to 6 in the first over yesterday when they lost their first wicket. They all came on one shot from the 5th ball of the over, and then Jason Roy was castled by the 6th ball. So they've started now immediately. West Indies make a fielding change here, Gareth Batty. They've got a man out on deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's got a deep square leg behind, considerably behind square, and then a deep mid-wicket, well, you'd say sort of slog corner. As if you would suggest he's going to hit the pitch.
Cottrell in is wide of the off stump actually, and Jason Roy cover drives. Bravo will field, knocks it down in front of him and gathers it before there's any chance of a single.
Which possibly says, unless it's a pre-match plan, they've already sort of analysed the surface being a slightly better surface, so they don't want to get too full too consistently and allow the power of England to smack them down the ground. They're going to hit more top of the stump's length, which means get the mid-wicket out so Jason can't just flap him away.
Cottrell on his way in from the far end, from the 3Ws stand for the final time this over. That is very wide of off stump, and Jason Roy gives that one the kitchen sink, but actually gets nothing on it. And it's through to Shai Hope, and that is the end of the first over here on TalkSport 2. England put into bat, 6 without loss. Banton has 5, Roy has 1. Jared Kimber is our analyst.
So Sheldon Cottrell wasn't in the World Cup squad, but I don't know if you noticed that one at all, but he didn't play obviously, but he wasn't in the squad, and part of the reason was he'd stopped taking wickets in the power play. So if you look at him around 2018 and 2019, he was averaging 19 and 24, which is exceptional to be able to take your wickets in the power play at that. The last 2 years, though, he's been averaging over 30, around 31, 32. That's why he lost his spot in the side. They don't think he's a particularly good death bowler. He never has been, but he's been brilliant at the top. Jason Holder generally hasn't been that good at the top. Last year he averaged 41. So his start so far has certainly been a little bit different there. But he's very conditions-based. If the conditions are in his favour, he's brilliant, and if they're not, he usually gets met.
4 for 7 yesterday. In comes Jason Holder. Banton shuffles a little bit down the pitch to meet him and plays it up to mid-on with little timing, and there's no run on this occasion.
Yeah, I think bowlers like Holder, who are very, very fine test bowlers who don't miss. They hit that area on the pitch over and over again. In this format, they get lined up a bit. The batters know where it's going to be, they can predict a bit more, and they can take less risk to get them away to the boundary sometimes.
Yep, Jason Holder, his best figures in T20 internationals yesterday. He's gone in and bowled. Tom Banton is going across his stumps and tries to flick it over the leg side, makes no contact, gets caught up in his feet, and it just trickles out on the offside and there's no run. So yeah, TalkSport listeners, if you weren't with us on TalkSport 2 yesterday evening, Jason Holder was basically bowling hand grenades. The England batsman couldn't deal with him at all, and he ended up with 4 wickets for 7 runs. Didn't even finish his 4 overs. That was 3 overs and 4 balls. He's on his way for his 3rd ball of his first over now, and Banton has, well, clothed this over the offside. He will take a single out to the cover sweeper, Akil Hussain. But he was aiming a big sort of cover drive, no real timing, lands safely between the cover fielder out on the boundary and the infielders with no real timing. Gareth Batty, 7 without loss.
Yeah, just lost his shape there a bit, Tom Banton. He's predominantly a leg side player, and this one quite wide of off stump. So for those leg side players who like to get the right hand working, they need to just use that left side, and he just tried to hit it a bit too much with his right hand and scuffed it out to that cover fielder. But it's certainly been a positive start from England.
Holder running away from the commentary box. Oh, that's full Yorker length to Jason Roy. Jason Roy just threatening to use his feet, but the ball was landing right on the ground as it got to him, and all he can do is squeeze it out on the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's almost a different way of bowling today than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday the boys were running down the wicket, the England players. Actually, the West Indians were holding length and pulling the length back to still bring slips and the wicket keeper in.
Holder is in. Oh, that's another ball that starts in towards the pads and then shapes away at the very last. Jason Roy's trying to clip this on the onside. It doesn't really get anything on it, and it just dribbles out on the offside. No run, 7 without loss it remains.
Yeah, and today they've gone almost the other way. They've gone very full. Now, whether there's something in the dismissal of Jason Roy yesterday, the ball came in from 2.5 metres high. He missed that sort of low, fullish, full toss. Are they thinking that's a weakness? Who knows?
Final ball of the second over then from Holder. It's a slower one outside of off stump, swings away, and Jason Roy is beaten. That delivery was 101 kilometres an hour. That's 60 miles an hour, and there was some genuine shape on it as well. Beats Jason Roy. All ends up 2 overs gone on TalkSport and TalkSport 2 England, 7 without loss. Jared Kipper.
Well, that's Rashid Khan's pace. For those who don't know, you don't see many slow balls. The slowest slow balls are usually the back of the hand ones.
That was back of the hand slow ball.
Yeah, but didn't it swing?
No, it's back of the hand slow ball, seam bolt upright, so you come right over the top, and sometimes it canters off the seam and just left, so it's almost like a cutter, shall we say.
So most back of the hand slow balls are still not slower than 105 kilometres an hour, so to get it that slow is actually a special skill that you don't see that often. Just worth talking about the height of Jason Holder. He delivers the ball at 230 centimetres. I think Kyle Jamieson is 235, Ollie Robinson's about 233. Comparing him to Saqib Mahmood, who is at 180 in this game, just to show the huge variance that you can get with very tall bowlers.
Left arm spin, Akil Hussain goes in. Banton swings across the line. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire Batty in the commentary box has got his fingers raised. Now there are reviews. There's 10 seconds to go if the West Indies want to review it. And I'm going to be honest, Kyron Pollard doesn't look that interested. This might be one of those that we put the technology on afterwards and everyone goes, why didn't they review that? Because that looked very straight. They're saying they're not reviewing it. He's going to bowl the second ball. It hurries onto Banton, turns it on the onside to Pollard, and there's no run. Right, spinner Batty.
Yeah, saying he bowls between the tram lines. The ball straightened. The only thing I can think of is possibly bouncing over. But, I mean, it's in line. Definitely in line. Might just have been bouncing over.
We're seeing the replay. They put the technology on, and it was indeed just bouncing over and wide of off stump. Banton gets down on one knee, swings this over square leg and puts it into the stand for 6. England go to 13 without loss. Banton goes to 12 from 9. It was worth an appeal, maybe the couple of balls ago, but Banton has decided he's going to take on Akil Hussain.
Yeah, this is Tom Banton at his best. He's not worried about the one that he missed. He knows it's his shot. Hits it up and over deep square leg. It's a shorter boundary heading out to that stand today, and he fancies it. He took it on beautifully well. Strong sweep shot.
Yep, this pitch is 3 to the left of where they were playing yesterday, which means that boundary is 3 pitch lengths shorter for that hit.
And I believe it's with the wind, Macca.
Yes. Not as breezy as it was yesterday, but still with what breeze there is. Right, the West Indies are making a change, and they're protecting that side.
Yeah, they've got deep square leg now and deep mid-wicket. They've brought long off up, which to Banton's not a bad shout. I would suggest he's more leg side dominant than offside.
Akil Hussain, left arm around the wicket, hurries on to Banton, hits it up to mid-on, and will take on Kyron Pollard. The batsmen have both made it safely into their ground, no problem. 14 without loss.
That ball, you said hurried on. That was 1 kilometre slower than Jason Holder's slower ball from the previous over. So that was 100 kilometres, and Holder's one was 101, which does show you how much seam bowls now basically bowl fast spin.
Jason Roy's got 1 from 6. He's going to face Akil Hussain. That's bounced, and he's dropped it down at his feet, and it was very close to actually hitting his foot and going back towards the stumps, but safely on this occasion.
Almost pulling out of his shot there, Jason Roy. But I've been saying it for years, and fast bowlers are getting injured more than they ever have to. Trying to bowl spinners now just shows how weak they are.
Akil Hussain with the final ball of his over. It's gone for 7 so far. Roy, well, that was all his hands. Feet never moved a centimetre there, and he pushes it to mid-off and will take a single. 15 without loss are England after 3 overs. Remember, the power play lasts for the first 6 overs of the innings, so halfway through that. Jason Roy 2 from 8. Tom Banton 13 from 10 balls faced. England, as I say, 15 without loss here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Just one other thing about the non-referral in that last over. I always think it's worth getting if you can get an early one in, because we're on a different pitch on a different day. Doesn't it just help the players calibrate their brain as to, okay, that's bouncing over, therefore we can adjust our sights accordingly? And also it's quite helpful for the umpires.
I don't think you should review early on unless you're positive the ball's really full, because they almost always bounce over.
But it's useful to have that confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I just think that more often than not you're giving a review away, but I do see what you're saying.
Right, we're staying with left arm spin. And Fabian Allen is going to bowl. Now, Jason Roy has had an issue with left-arm spin. And the first ball has hurried on through and bounces, and Shea Hope takes, jumping up behind the stumps at around waist high.
Yeah, following on from the previous over, there's definitely still some bounce there. That's extreme bounce.
Jason Roy goes on the reverse, flips it over the offside through backward point, 1 bounce, and it starts heading up the steps as if it's going into the pavilion and the England dressing room. That's away for a boundary 4. Jason Roy's first of the innings. He goes to 6. England 19 without loss.
Oh, smart batting from Jason Roy. Ball's a little bit fuller here, does Allen. And because he's seen the bounce, he's not trying to sweep this on the floor. He's got into a position where he's going up and over the infield. Work with that bounce. Wonderful shot. 1 bounce 4, reverse sweep into action, Jason Roy.
It's a very different game to yesterday, folks. Allen in, gives that a little bit of air. Jason Roy hits it hard all along the floor, though, to the long off fielder for a single. He was aiming something expansive over extra cover. He got it a bit too straight, and it's just a single. 20 without loss.
Bats will know a lot more about this, but Jason Roy used to really struggle when the ball was spinning away from him. And about, 2.5 years ago, he really doubled down on this reverse sweep. And I think in the last couple of years...
Allen goes in. Reverse comes out from Tom Banton on this occasion. He's found the gap between the 2 fielders inside the circle on the offside. Sweeper can't get around. and it's another boundary. 2 in the over from England, 24 without loss in the fourth.
I think in the last couple of years he has the second highest reverse sweep ratio in the world, only behind George Munsey from Scotland, who basically plays one every delivery to every kind of spinner. And it was all about how much he was struggling with the ball spinning away from the bat.
Allen is in for the 5th ball. Banton drives hard to the long off sweeper. That is Romario Shepherd. Single taken. Banton 18 from 12. England 25 without loss.
Yeah, I think if you think about the principle of sweeping, if you get into a good position, you're quite often sweeping the best ball that a spinner can bowl, not his worst ball. So you're actually hitting him off his best bowling.
On this occasion, Jason Roy is trying conventionally to hit it backward of square on the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, and Shai Hope will tidy up. And that's 4 overs gone, 25 without loss England. So they're moving along at a better situation than they were yesterday. Unchanged in terms of the opening partnership, still at the crease. James Vince, Moeen Ali, Owen Morgan, Sam Billings, still to do some batting.
Is that something Jason Roy would have done with the England coaches? Is that something he did with the Surrey coaches? Or is that just something he just went, you know what, everyone's talking about it. He was sick and tired of me mentioning it on TalkSport to begin with. So he decides that he's going to just try and do something different?
I think it's something he's always done. It's just at times if we're talking about it or somebody else is talking about it in international cricket, sometimes you put it away. You put it to bed and you say, well, I'm not going to give them any airtime. I'm going to play in a different manner, which all players do from time to time. He's probably gone the other way now and said, I'm a World Cup winner, I'm one of the best players in the world, I'll do what I want to do, thanks very much. And rightly so, he plays it beautifully.
Sheldon Cottrell is back, left arm over. Tom Banton plays it back down the pitch. The bowler fields in his follow through, and there is no run.
I think the one observation, obviously we've had 2 overs of spin in this power play, but the quicks in Cottrell and Holder have taken more pace off the ball. I can't remember a slower ball yesterday in the first sort of part of the game, the first third, the power play, the first 6 overs. We've already seen 3 or 4 now, so maybe taking pace off.
Cottrell is in. Banton hits back over the bowler's head. Not got all of it. It will land safely directly behind the bowler. Pollard will come round from mid-on and will gather it in, return it back to Sheldon Cottrell, but 2 will be taken, 27 without loss. Banton has 20 from 14.
Which does suggest there is something for the bowlers to cling to. There is a method, there is a way of bowling on this surface, and if bowlers can, they might not get met as much as the guys that get it wrong. It does look a better pitch, but there's still something there.
Cottrell is on his way for the 3rd ball over the wicket. Now that one is a cutter, and Tom Banton isn't able to hit that one through the offside as he's hoping. On the 2nd bounce it goes through to the wicketkeeper. Shai Hope, no run.
Was it the Vince dismissal or slow ball? I'm trying to remember. He might have just got stuck in the pitch.
I'm saying it's stuck in the pitch, but I would be not surprised if the bowler turned around and said, no, that's my slower ball. I don't think it was.
I was going for the short wide one. I was hoping he'd hit to one of the people in the ring.
But you do see short, wide, slower balls, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think that's what that was. I think he just got it wrong.
I think he got it wrong.
Cottrell goes in. Banton goes on the pull, hits through straight mid-wicket. Jason Holder is out there on the boundary though, so it is just a single. Total goes up by 1, 28 without loss. Banton has 21 from 16 deliveries. 2 fours and a 6 for him, 1 boundary for Jason Roy so far.
Just on the 2 left-arm finger spinners as well, it's worth saying that both of these players are not at their best against left-arm finger spin. So them going 2 overs back-to-back and using their part-timer as well really shows you how much they're trying to challenge that. Banton averages 20 against left-arm finger spin, and as we said, Roy's always had a bit of a problem with it as well.
Cottrell is in. That is hit savagely hard by Jason Roy through long on. It's 1 bounce 4. And I've been inclined to say that it was getting quicker as it hit the advertising hoarding 80 yards away from where Jason Roy made contact. That was a savage hit. It's 4 more to the England total, and that is by far the best shot that Jason Roy has played so far.
Yeah, that's Jason Roy at his best. Bit of disdain in the shot. Gets his left leg out of the way. It's only 130 odd clicks. It's full, and he just gets his left leg out of the way. Full swing of the bat. Smack over long on. Flat and hard. Brilliant batting.
Final ball of the 5th over. Oh, it's hit on the head, Jason Roy. Has he no or glove? Well, they're appealing. It was a short ball. Jason Roy went on the pull. It sounded like it was the helmet. It just looped up. It went back to the bowler. He took the catch, in inverted commas, and asked the question. Now, The medics are going to have to come out and follow through the protocol, but it's an interesting one. Gareth Batty?
It just looked as though it did him for complete pace. It looks to me that how the bowlers have set up with their field position and how they bowled and how the batters have capitalised on anything that bit full that they can get up and away. It's a bit of a surprise to everybody that bouncer has gone through as it did. We didn't expect the service to have that sort of pace in it. It's hit him flush on the head. He seems okay. There's medical staff out there, there's a doctor and a physio. It's all protocol now. They have to ask him all the concussion stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's right on the England badge as it's gone through. It's done him for a huge amount of pace. But the one thing we do know about Jason, he's a tough lad and he's got a strong forehead. Fingers crossed he'll be okay.
Well, there'll be a slight pause while they check out Jason Roy here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. 5 overs gone then. The first quarter of this England innings put into bat by the West Indies. They are 32 without loss. To take you through the next 5 overs, it is going to be Steve Harmison and Barry Wilkinson.
Yeah, we're all good to resume. Jason Roy is pretty good. He's answered all the questions. What's today? Sunday. What's my name? Jason Roy. Who are you playing against? The West Indies. Where are you? In the best island in the Caribbean. He got everything right. We're in Barbados and we're loving it. With it looks to me like Fabian Allen is going to continue. And Banton is on strike. He's on 21. That should give Roy a chance. And reverse sweeping in the air out today. What will be a backward square position? 4 more runs. Fabian Allen, the 3rd reverse sweep that we've seen off of his bowling. He has not changed things up. Still bowling that same line and length, and still the same result. Banton has now moved on to 25. Hello to you, Steve Harmison.
Hello, Barry Wilkinson. Hello, everybody. This is a great start for England. I think they've assessed the situation very, very well. They've gone to the sweep and the reverse sweep off the spin bowlers. There's a big blow there for Jason Roy off Sheldon Cottrell.
Comes down the pitch and is out caught and bowled. Banton advancing to Allen. He struck it really hard. Had Allen not taken that catch, I tell you, his stomach would have had another navel, because that was indeed struck really powerfully back to Allen. Good caught and bowl. England lose their first wicket. Banton is gone for 25 from 18. It's 36 for 1.
A little bit of commentator's curse there for Tom Banton, but it's the first time Barry's come down the wicket and tried to hit the ball down the ground and straight down the ground. He's looked to hit it square of the wicket. He's looked to use the sweep and the reverse sweep, and I think this time he's come down the wicket and he has hit it hard, but unfortunately he's hit it straight back to the bowler, who has took a fantastic catch. And Fabian Allen is a fantastic fielder in the ring, in the inner circle. He's took a good catch off his own ball, and it looked fairly simple, looked fairly straightforward, but Gareth Batty will tell you, when you bowl the ball and somebody's running at you, taking that catch is very, very difficult indeed.
Well, the West Indies have got that breakthrough. Yesterday, at this particular stage, England were 36 for 4, so I guess 36 for 1, not bad in terms of how they would want to be. But now coming to the crease is James Vince, and he's going to be, of course, batting where there's just a short third man. There's a backward point. There is extra cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, backward square on the boundary, and a short flying leg. It's the left-arm spin of Fabian Allen from the Malcolm Marshall end. And here he comes now as he passes the umpire and bowls his first delivery to Vince. And Vince this time is on the back foot and tries to turn it into the onside. Doesn't get hold of it, and it is there taken by the keeper. Thrown back to the bowler, and they're ready to roll again. 5.3 gone to Windies after a pretty indifferent power play from them. Well done to England. Here comes Allen again now, bowls to Vince, and Vince tails away and cuts beautifully into the boundary for 4. He had a lot of room there because he tailed away. All of his stumps were exposed, but he really timed that ball well, and a diving man there, Nicholas Pooran, could not stop it, and it went into the boundary for 4. 40 for 1.
Good shot by James Vince. He gave himself some room, he made some room. That was a roundabout off stump. I think you could tell by Fabian Allen's.
As it comes in again and bowls this time is shorter, quicker, flatter, and defensively played into the offside. And again, well fielded in there at the backward point region, but there's no run.
Yeah, it was a good shot, the ball before, and you can tell by Fabian Allen's reaction. He knew that wasn't far away from off stump. If it just kept a little bit lower, bounced a bit, he might have got his wicket.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is beaten, or is he bowled? I think he's bowled him.
Yep, he's bowled him. We heard the noise, we heard the death rattle. James Vince is not convinced. Thought it was a little clip. Initially thought he was out caught behind, but he's actually bowled him, Barry, I think.
Well, this is interesting that the umpires are now meeting. I think they're going to go upstairs just to check it, because Vince didn't know what happened. The only person who knew what happened, Steve, it seemed to me like it was the keeper, because Alan didn't know either.
Yeah, and we've just seen there, James Vince is, the two umpires are conferring, but James Vince has just asked Shai Hope, did that bowl me? And Shai Hope has said yes, and James Vince walked off. So that was good to see. That's really good to see. Didn't go to the third umpire, wasn't asked to go off field. The batsman asked the wicket keeper, did that bowl me? The answer was the affirmative. James Vince walks off. A pretty four. Nice shot. England are in a bit of trouble here at 40 for 2.
The replay shows that yes, it did actually nick the bail, and the bail was broken. Shai Hope almost caught the bail.
Caught the ball and nearly caught the bail.
He was almost bailed out. But no, all of a sudden England now 40 for 2 after 6, as Vince has gone for 4. Roy is still there, 11 from 14. He's struck 2 fours, but now coming to the creases, the man who got a 1 ball yesterday, none other than Moeen Ali. As you look back at what happened, it just hit the top off stump really hard, and for some reason the bail just nibbled off. It didn't come off immediately, so I think that's what happened. And Vince was just, perhaps might have thought perhaps the keeper's glove impeded or something.
Yeah, James Vince, you probably look at that again and think, I could have come forward to that, but nearly everybody on this surface so far, we've had 6 overs on this surface, and a lot of runs has been scored square of the wicket. We've looked to score a lot of runs square of the wicket of England, so that tells you players are trying to stay on the back foot, using the little skid off the surface with that new ball. But unfortunately for that occasion, could have James Vince have been coming forward, and it might have been a different outcome. Because he went back, it skidded onto off stump, and he's gone.
Another left-arm spinner. It's going to be Akil Hussain and bowls to Roy. And Roy's driving in the air out to long off. Should just be an easy single. 41 for 2. Want to remind you, you're listening on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. We have the whole tour exclusively, and we'll bring you all 3 tests as well in March. Antigua, Barbados, Grenada. That's the order of the test matches. We look forward to bringing you those tests. So we've had Banton, Colin bowl, Allen 25, and Vince bowl by Allen for 4. Ali yet to face, he's of course a duck, and Roy is on 12.
Interesting that Kieran Pollard has gone to spin to Moeen Ali after he got out first ball off seam yesterday.
Yeah, here he comes in now. Akil Hussain and bowls to Ali, who is going to be happy to be off the mark today, turning the ball into the onside to the short fine leg for a single.
And Moeen Ali will be happy facing spin on this surface. He'll be quite comfortable just to get himself going against the spin before he starts to go through the gears. Kieran Pollard missed a trick here. I think he could have gone with one of his other seamers, or possibly a Shepherd or Smith, to try and swing the ball back into Moeen Ali with a bit of pace.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This one is swung down to the short fine leg. They're going to get one. Very, very well fielded there, because at one stage I thought that could have gone down to the boundary, but Brandon King, pretty nimble there at that short fine leg, diving to his left, almost rolling over the ball and stopping what would have been a certain boundary. So he saved about 3 runs, and England now 43 for 2 in over number 7. Hussain just in his second over, spins the ball from hand to hand, comes in again with his left arm spin now and bowls to Ali, and Ali gets another delivery that's short outside the line of the leg stump, turns it quietly into the onside, out to mid-wicket. Kieran Pollard, the captain, does the fielding, can't stop the single. 44 for 2 for Ali to also move to 2, and Roy on 13.
Again, good rotation by Moeen Ali. Still struggling to believe that this is the right decision from Kieran Pollard against Moeen Ali. Bowl and spin to Moeen Ali first up.
He bowls again to Roy, who's getting a good delivery on the line in the middle on the leg stump. Turns away from him. He's on the defence, plays it back to the bowler. This is good bowling from Akil Hussain. Just wondering if Roy is still 100% after being struck on the head in the last over from the same end, when it was quicker from Sheldon Cottrell. Here comes Hussein now and bowls the last delivery to Roy, and Roy is driving firmly straight to Pollard along the ground at the short cover. Can't score. 7 overs gone. England being axed to bat by the West Indies. They're 44 for 2 with Jason Roy on 13 and Muin Ali on 2.
It's been a good start again by I would say both sides have had a decent start. England went in the first couple of overs, hit some nice boundaries, and then in the last 10 minutes the West Indies have come back in. You mentioned the 3 test matches, Barry. It's going to be fantastic. Hopefully get more and more spectators into the ground. I think we're looking at sit between 5,000 and 6,000, a little few more locals. I see a Trinidad flag over to my left there. That is Trinidad, isn't it? Barry, Trinidad flag over to my left. 2 Trinidad flags. So a bus trip in from Trinidad, and it's great. To be in the Caribbean is fantastic.
Perhaps one flag is from Trinidad and the other is from Tobago.
Good point, well made.
It's going to be Kieran Pollard. He's bowling now to Ali, and Ali's looking to drive, misses outside the line of the off stump, taken there by the keeper. Pollard is on. We haven't seen Jason Holders yet.
No, I'm surprised that Holder didn't come on here now after getting Muin Ali, but I can understand why Kieran Pollard's bowled himself here. And he's a seamer, but he's not going to bowl any. I can't imagine him bowling too many seam up balls. He's taking the pace off nearly everything he bowls at Muin Ali.
Here he comes in and bowls to Ali, and Ali is again on the front foot, plays the ball quietly to the offside, chance to run out. Oh, that would have been close for Muin Ali. Very well done by Fabian Allen. Allen opted to throw the ball at the non-striker's end, and that was the correct move. The only thing is that he was so wide of the stumps, he missed the stumps by a mile, and Ali was under no threat. Had it hit, it could have been close, but Ali gets a single. He's got 3 from 4. It's now 45 for 2.
Yeah, good run in there by Jason Roy. He knew that Fabian Allen was on his heels a little bit, and it was all about Muin Ali getting and trusting Jason Roy's call and getting down to the other end. But good start from Kieran Pollard. He took bowling wide of the crease, over the wicket, wide of the crease, trying to create an angle of trying to cramp the right-handed batsman up with no pace on it whatsoever. He's basically saying to Jason Roy, you're going to have to come out of your crease to hit you, open up the offside to the short boundary, because the leg side is not only the longest part of the ground, it's actually into a very, very strong wind.
Here comes Pollard in again, passes the umpire and bowls to Roy, and Roy is edging, under edging, coming off the inside edge, and it just creeps to the keeper. I'm not quite sure what was Jason Roy trying to do there. Was he trying to nick the ball down to third man?
I think he's trying to go down to third man. If you look at the short fine leg, short third man are in the circle for that very reason. Kieran Pollard is taking pace off the ball. He's not looking to bowl any seam up balls. He's bowling little cutters, off cutter, leg cutter. I think Jason Roy tried to open up third man.
Here he comes again and bowls to Roy, and Roy is this time playing the ball square to the offside. Didn't think he meant to play it like that, but he seemed to be between defence and attack, and he's able to get a single. But this is a good over so far from the captain, Kieran Pollard, just 2 from 4, 46 for 2.
Jason Roy is just fighting against himself here. Technically he's just battling against himself. His right shoulder is coming in to play a lot. He's looking to see, he's wanting to hit the ball, he's trying to be powerful, he's trying to put the bowler on the back foot. He's just seemed to be off balance the majority of the time he makes strike with the ball.
Pollard bowls again, and at this time Ali's on the front foot defending. A chance for a run out again. It all happened there. It was pushed just in front of perhaps where a silly point would be. Ali dashed off for a single, and as they took the single, the keeper was running to collect the ball. He collected it, threw it at the stumps, and it meant that Roy had to jump over the keeper, or not, they might have collided, but they got the single in the end. So Ali gets another single. He's got 4 from 5.
Yeah, he has, and Jason Roy would have been touch and go there. When Jason Roy's gone to put his bat in, his bat's it's just got stuck in the ground momentarily, just slightly. And I think that might have been close, Barry.
It would have been. Pollard now bowls to Roy, and Roy's on driving. Easy single this time. Very good over from Kieran Pollard. As the over comes to the end, it's 48 for 2. Roy has 15, Ali has 4, as we keep things happening here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2 with the West Indies versus England series in the Betway competition.
How many do you think locals in here today, Barry? Do you think there's a few more after yesterday's win? Do you think there's a few of them sitting at home Friday night and going, well, we'll see how they go on Saturday before we buy our tickets for Sunday?
I would say if there are 5,000 people here, 4,000 are Brits.
Yeah.
Don't know about that.
Yeah, I agree with that. The party stand or the party beach to our right hasn't quite hit into full flow yet. I think we need a couple of 6s and 4s off Jason Roy just waking up the crowd that is in here at the moment. Fabian Allen has changed ends. He's going to bowl from the Joel Garner end. Jason Roy's just starting to get himself into a little bit of a rhythm here.
So it's going to be a left arm spin again. This one from Allen is flasted and very, very flat, and is belted out to the long on area. The captain Pollard is there, and they'll just get a single. Good bowling by the West Indies. You have to give them credit, because the power play went England's way, if you ask me, but they've just been able to pull things back with making England work for their runs. We've not seen any 4s or 6s recently.
No, and I think looking at the surface and being out there and seeing what the surface looks like, it's a lot different to the grass that was on yesterday's wicket.
Allen again bowls to Ali, who's hitting this in the air out to mid-wicket. There's a chance for a catch. Is he seeing the ball? No, he didn't. He totally lost that, Darren Bravo. And a chance from Moeen Ali. That should have been taken, but I think he got the sun in his eyes, and they're able to get 2 runs.
It's the wind, Barry. I think it's the wind. I'm not sure it's the sun. I think this is the wind. Moeen Ali is hitting it to the long boundary. I'm not sure he's looking to hit it that square. I think Moen's looking to hit it straight, but Fabian Allen's seen him coming. He just held it back a bit, so Moeen Ali had to drag it to the leg side.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Ali, who's on the front foot, plays the ball straight to the mid-wicket area. There is no run.
And I think the wind got it. That's simple as that. It went straight up in the air, and Darren Bravo's thinking the ball's coming to him, and then all of a sudden he's had to take 5 strides forward, and he still got nowhere near it.
This one is played down to the short flying legs. Still no run here. Straight to Odean Smith, who only bowled 1 over yesterday. Perhaps we might see him deliver much more today. The bowlers did the trick. Didn't need to do a lot of work yesterday, Odean Smith. Here comes Allen in again. Left arm spin and bowls to Ali, and is driving this beautifully down the ground. That's gone straight. That's the first boundary in quite a while. Moeen Ali just releasing the pressure a little bit. 55 for 2. He goes to 10 as England try to motor along in this second T20 international.
That's better from Moeen Ali. That's what we want to. That's what we want to see. Oh, say a C. That's what we want to hear on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Lost myself in a moment there because I got excited. There was a boundary. Seeing the placards of 6s and 4s by the crowd.
As Allen bowls again to Ali, who's on the back foot this time, and plays out to the sweeper. He'll just get a single here to end the 9th over. 56 for 2 then after 9. The English side being asked to bat on TalkSport 2.
That's better from Moeen Ali. Ball before he hit the boundary, he's pulled one into the leg side. That was a much better shot, much more controlled shot. He was to the pitch of the ball. He managed to elevate it, give himself some time. Once he got to the pitch of the ball, he could basically hit it where he wanted, which was straight. Back over the bowler's head. Very little danger over the top of the bowler's head. But I think you mentioned a good power play, and I do think it was England's power play, but I thought West Indies dragged themselves back into it. Looking at the surface, I think 140 could be a challenging total on this surface.
I agree with you. It's going to be Pollard to continue. Bowls to Ali, full outside the line of the off stump. Ali left it alone, and let's now belatedly call a wide. That was the kind of delivery he got out to yesterday. It was a full delivery outside the off stump. He played it straight to cover point. Today he let it go by and he got a wide.
Yeah, that was a big wide. I can see what Kieran Pollard's trying to do. He's trying to bowl quite close to that wide line, the blue wide line.
Ali going for a big swing, misses like a strike 1 in baseball. It was again on the line of that off stump, but it was a slow delivery. He didn't pick up perhaps the line of the delivery, even if he had the length correct, and he's missed it and it's gone through the keeper. Another dot ball.
I think it's a surface, Barry. It's a surface. That's just bounced. just seen a replay, slow motion replay of it, and he's hit Kieran Pollard. He's a tall man. He's hit a good length, and the ball's just bounced. It's just sat up in the surface.
Pollard in again and bowls. Ali is driving in the air out to the long off area. He'll get a single. Actually, they're going to come back for two. This is good cricket from England. I thought that Jason Holder was sleeping just a little bit, didn't approach that aggressively, and Jason Roy and Moeen Ali realised, look, there's an option here for two, and they took it. Well done, England, 59 for two.
And this is better from England. They're realising that it's not a great surface to hit. It's not a great surface at all. It's not a true surface where you can bash the ball to the boundary. They're going to have to hit the ball into the gaps and run hard.
Here he comes in again, Pollard and bowls to Ali. Ali gets another wide delivery outside the line. The all-stump lets it go by for another sundry. This is good cricket from England, much better than what we saw yesterday. They now seem to have come to the party.
Yeah, they're just putting different doubts into the players' minds of the West Indian bowlers, making them bowl to them rather than yesterday when the West Indian bowlers just turned up, bowled their best ball, and England didn't really have an answer. They were a bit shell-shocked, I thought, yesterday.
Pollard in again and bowls to Ali, and Ali gets a short ball, legs pulling in the air. This is another chance for a catch. Going out to the mid-wicket area, catch dropped. That was in the air for quite some time, and it looks to me like Nicholas Pooran, he got to the ball, did everything right except cut the catch. He's dropped it, and that's a life for Moeen Ali.
Well, it's a life for Moeen Ali, but at international level, this should be caught. Moeen Ali's hit it straight up in the air. It's just gone just outside, 10 yards outside the 30-yard circle on a short boundary. Nicholas Pooran comes in, steadies himself, and to be honest, he didn't even lay a mitt on it. It's gone straight through, hit him on the wrist, banged off his knee. He didn't even want to pick it up to throw it back into the bowler.
Here comes Pollard in again and bowls to Ali. This time Ali is driving in the air out to Jason Holder for what should be a single. Pooran had no excuse. Unlike Bravo, who could have perhaps used the sun as an excuse, he was in the shade. He had everything to get that ball.
No excuse whatsoever. I don't even think Bravo had an excuse, to be honest. He's out in the deep. It's international sport. You practice and practice. I was out there before the game. Phil Simmons is standing there hitting balls into the wind, trying to get the players to judge what the wind's going to be like. Hitting low ones, hitting high ones, making them run from left to side. So they've done the preparation. They know what it's going to be like either side of the ground, whether it's the short side or the long side. There's no excuse for me. Both attempts should have done better.
Yeah, no, you're right. Pollard won't be happy with that. Here he comes in again now and bowls to Roy, and this time Roy gets a delivery that's outside the line of the all-stump. He's just playing out to the cover area. Just one more run. In years gone by, when you drop a catch like that and you're fielding in front of what was then the Kensington stand, is now the Greenwich and Haynes stand, you cannot go back to your mark. You will be heckled for the entire day. But luckily, that stand is populated with all Brits, so they perhaps will be clapping and saying, "Thank you, mate." Here comes Pollard in again and bowls to Ali, and Ali is driving out to the mid-off. He wants a single. No, says Roy, and they decide against it. 10 overs gone here on TalkSport 1 and TalkSport 2. It's 64 for 2 after 10. Here's Andrew McKenna and Gareth Batty.
Cheers, Barry. Yeah, that's a significant improvement on yesterday. At this point yesterday, England were 39 for 5, 64 for 2. Today, Jason Roy and Moeen Ali, the not out men, 17 and 16 respectively. And it means that England are going on at, what is that, 6.5 and over is the run rate. So far so good, Gareth. Take that.
Yeah, it's certainly a better surface than yesterday, but there's obviously something in there for the spinners and the bowlers that adept at changing pace and slowing it up, if anything, just holding in the surface. It strikes me as being your more sort of old school way of batting, that if they miss full, take them down the ground, smack it out the ground. If they miss really short, can you set yourself early enough to get it up and out there? Within that, you've got to be a little bit circumspect, which both of these players have done very well. When it's been offered to whack it, they have done. But in between that, they've tried to rotate strike. They've been sensible. Take the game deep, because the West Indies have a couple of lads who've got a bit of extra pace coming up their sleeve, which if they get it wrong, the ball travels and it takes the slow nature of the pitch out of it. Plus, you would suggest they don't have a banker, and by a banker bowling at the death, it's somebody that you just throw the ball to and rely on, like say a Bumrah or a Jordan or a Jofra Archer, shall we say. They don't really have those guys. That's not to say they don't have guys that can do it, but they're not as experienced as possibly others around the world. So I think this is a good way, and it's talking about what Jared was on about at the start of the play. Take it deep. Get yourself into a position where you can have a bit of tax-free at the end, and if you lose the odd wicket, it doesn't matter, but you put the bowlers under huge pressure.
Tom Banton and James Vince, the men out. Banton caught and bowled Fabian Allen for 25 from 18. James Vince bowled by Allen 4 from 4. So it is Fabian Allen with 2 for 26 from 3 overs so far. He's the only bowler that's reached 3 so far. Sheldon Cottrell 0 for 13 from 2. Just 1 over from Jason Holder. That went for 1 run. Akil Hussain 2 overs 0 for 12. Kyron Pollard 2 overs 0 for 12 as well. Fabian Allen, as I mentioned, 2 for 26 from 3. So that's where we are at the halfway stage. What have you made of it, Jared?
Yeah, it's been quite interesting because they came in with Shafane Rutherford and Odean Smith, and they've looked at this pitch and just been like, these guys aren't going to work here. This isn't going to work for us. So Fabian Allen and Kyron Pollard have both probably bowled more overs than they would have thought. So Moeen Ali's strike rate against left-arm finger spin is 10 runs and over, which is quite handy. But Fabian Allen, despite being a left-arm finger spinner, actually bowls really well against left-handers. He averages 21 against them, and he's been able to hold his own. And Bats probably has a theory on why he does that as a bowler. But it looks risky, but so far it's paid off. Of course, he's got one last over here and could go for 24 if Mo gets a couple in the middle.
Well, England have only hit 1-4 in the last 26 deliveries. So it's Fabian Allen for his final over. And it's Jason Roy, and he's beaten Akil Hussain at backward point, and that will break that drought as far as England are concerned, because the first ball of the 11th over goes for a boundary. Roy goes to 21. England 68 for 2.
Yeah, what is Allen's assets has worked against him there, just with a little bit of width. He bowls wide on the crease, tries to drive the ball into off stump. This time it's more fourth off stump, gives Roy a little bit of width. Great skill, cut behind square for 4.
In comes Fabian Allen, and it's a similar attempted shot actually by Jason Roy. Can't beat Hussain on this occasion, and there's no run.
So Fabian Allen, as I said, averages 21 against left-handers, but 35 against right-handers. I don't think I've ever seen a left-arm finger spinner who's that much worse against right hand than left hand.
Allen is in, swung into the leg side by Jason Roy. That's going flat and all the way into the stand. It probably never got more than 25-30 feet off of the deck, and it stayed at that level, travelling all the way. 4 and a 6 in this over for England. 6 more to Jason Roy.
Cool, that was savage, absolutely savage from Roy. A lap slog hitting flat over the fielder, didn't care there's a man out on the boundary. I'm hitting it over, I'm hitting it hard, and I'm taking that fielder on. Great shot from Jason Roy. That's the one where the heart is in the mouth. As he strikes it, you just think, oh my goodness, get out of the way in the crowd, because that's gone flat and hard. That's dangerous.
You do not want to be snoozing in the afternoon sunshine when that is happening. 74 for 2 on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Fabian Allen comes in again. Jason Roy takes him into the left side. That is massive! Oh my goodness, that's at the ground. Jason Roy just purses his lips and has a little nod to Moeen Ali. I tell you what, I hope that ball hasn't got Kookaburra on it, and someone's got the postcode, because we're going to need to find someone to find it and post it back. That's gone miles. 80 for 2.
Yeah, Roy into his stride now. He's taken Allen to his last over, and he's targeted him. He's got the short leg side boundary, and he said, right, here we go. This is my time. He's going a little bit wider of the stump so Jason Roy can get his arms free. This time over the pavilion, and a long way over. 150 yards over the pavilion. He's gone miles. A big, big swing of the bat. Watch out, cruise ships. What a shot, Jason Roy.
Service station out there. Is that on that corner? I'm trying.
That's the one.
Didn't we get stuck there one time trying to get out of the ground?
Yep. If it cleared the nets behind the pavilion, then it's onto the road, past the service station, just past Rihanna's house, because that's just down there, if you remember, the house where she grew up.
It's probably on its way down to Mangay Rum as we speak. It's just bobbling down the road.
Well, they've got a new one out of the box of balls. Oh, they've found the old one, and I don't think Fabian Allen wants it. It's he's given the new one back to Nigel Dogood, and he's left the old one on the floor as if to say, I'm not touching that. It's for 2 reasons. One, it has to be disinfected, but I don't think he really wants that one back. This one has gone 4-0-6-6 this over, and England are now up to 7.5 and over. with the score 80 for 2. This is more like it. This is what we were expecting. And now we're looking at a score of 170, maybe 190 if England carry on like this. In goes Fabian Allen. Jason Roy hoiks this one into the leg side. That's a one bounce 4 into the dugouts where the England players are in front of the dressing rooms. And that is now 4.664 this over. And England are taking on Fabian Allen.
Yeah, this is all about brute force. Jason Roy just muscled that into the gap.
Jason Roy drives this one square on the offside. That's another 4. He'd attacked the leg side throughout this over. That one, though, was outside of off stump, and he's flayed that flat-batted through the offside. The over goes for 24. Jason Roy goes to 41 from 29. It's 88 for 2 England here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
I'll tell you what, there's a bit of needle going on out there. Somebody said something to Jason, because after the one that he sort of muscled into the gap, he's played this beautiful shot just in front of square, leant on it, let skill and class come through and just finessed it through the offside. But there's a few little words being said, there's a few looks, there's that sort of, the quality players, the best players all have that bit of arrogance, and Jason's looking at somebody just saying, come on then, what you got now? Come on, what you got? They've just poked the bear. You don't want to be poking the bear if he plays well.
Kieran Pollard was the one talking to him before, so it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Also, I called that as a 24 run over beforehand. I did say Moeen Ali though, so I only give myself 97% accuracy on that.
Well, let's see what Moeen Ali can do. It's Jason Holder coming back. I mentioned he'd only bowled 1 over. After 4 for 7 yesterday, he's going to be doing the majority of his work in the second half of the innings, and he's bowling from the commentary box end.
I think this is a mistake. I think he should have come on before this happened.
Well, in he goes, right arm over, and he bowls a wide to Moeen Ali. He's trying to hide it outside the off stump, but he's far too wide on that occasion, and Joel Wilson will stretch the arms out, and it's up to 89 for 2.
You had Moeen Ali going at a run of ball, and you had Jason Roy, I think, below a run of ball before that last over. That was the time to bring him back in and put even more pressure on them and change the game a little bit. Instead, they went with a part-timer, and he got met.
Holder with the attempt at the first ball of the over again. Moeen Ali drives into the offside. It's a sprawling Kieran Pollard stopping it in the ring. No, my apologies, no, it's Fabian Allen, and there is no run.
I don't know how you feel about this, Bats, but I think if you're going to try and stretch out your part-timers the way they are with Allen and Pollard, I always think it's better to have a front liner give them a little bit more insurance. So make sure that the batters are behind the game even further when you're going to do that, because that was the time they were always going to start to come out.
Moeen Ali got a first baller yesterday. He's waiting for Jason Holder. That's a good one. Landing round about the crease line. Moeen Ali trying to squeeze it out on the offside. Can't get anything on it. And there is no run.
That's the beauty of 2020 cricket. There's an amount of bluff as well. Had Jason have gone at that over and got out, the West Indies are in a great place. As it is, Jason's shown his class, and he's actually taken him down. It's not often people get taken down for that many runs in and over. So you've got to put it down to good batting.
Oh, definitely.
Holder in. Moeen Ali goes across the crease, hits back over the bowler's head. It's one bounce 4. Moeen Ali met that on the full toss and pumped it straight back past Jason Holder, and he's now gone for 6 runs. He only went for 7 yesterday in taking 4 wickets, but Moeen Ali has pumped the bowler back over his head. 1 bounce 4, and it's 93 for 2.
I wouldn't be surprised if this partnership, Moeen and Jason, have had a chat saying we're going to target that leg side boundary. And I think Holder knows it. His first ball, a big wide outside the off stump. He doesn't want to get hit straight and dragged into that leg side boundary.
50 partnership, by the way, these two have now put on. And power to add. Moeen Ali walks across to the offside, swings to the leg side, gets an outside edge that Shea Hope can't get hold of, and it'll go all the way down to the very fine third man boundary for 4 runs. That is exactly what Gareth Batty was just talking about. England have decided to try and use the angle and swing across the line. Moeen Ali went a long way across his stumps to the offside, was hoiking to leg, but got the outside edge and gave the keeper no chance, and it's 4.
This is all about fortune favours the brave. He's gone a long way outside off stump, like you said, Macca, and he's trying to sort of lap slog it, a big sweep out to that short boundary. Up and over short, third man for 4.
97 for 2. Moeen Ali stays where he is this time. And it's driven back on the bounce to the bowler in his follow through, and there is no run. England bowled out for 103 yesterday. 97 for 2 today. 1 ball of the 12th over to go.
Holder went for 7 runs yesterday and 8 runs in 2 balls today. Life comes at you fast.
Absolutely. Moeen Ali, 24 from 20, is waiting. Jason Holder, well, do you know what? If Moeen Ali had left that, he might have got a wide. I think it might have been an off break from Jason Holder that was starting wide, going wider, and Moeen Ali, because as soon as he made contact with the bat, threw his head back as if to say, oh, what have I done there? He can't get a run off it, so after 12 overs on TalkSport and TalkSport 2, England 97 for 2.
That's pretty well bowled there. He got out of his over pretty well, because that could have been another big over. Had he tried to overcompensate with that first ball wide that he got done for, Moeen played a wonderful shot down the ground. He's got a little bit lucky with the one that's gone over third man. So you're saying that that's one that might not happen tomorrow. That's good percentage play from a bowling point of view. So that's in your favour. Not every day you're going to go for that 9, but to get out of the over, very nicely bowled there from Jason Holder. Held his nerve, and I think there's an element of we were expecting him to get one a little bit straighter and get taken to that shorter boundary. So very well bowled.
Romario Shepherd is going to be bowling his first over of the match. If you are listening to us on TalkSport, by the way, and want to stay with us throughout the evening on TalkSport 2, then the TalkSport app's not a bad way of doing it. If you haven't got it downloaded already, get it downloaded to your phone or your tablet from your normal app provider, and you can simply swipe between TalkSport and TalkSport 2, easy enough. So Romario Shepherd is going to bowl to Jason Roy. He's got a short third man and an extra cover inside the circle on the offside, and those are the only 2 fielders, and a very packed leg side. They think Jason Roy's going across the line here. In goes Shepherd, wide of the off stump. Jason Roy is hitting to the leg side, gets an under edge past wicketkeeper Shea Hope. It's gone in the opposite direction. It goes for 4, and the England 100 is up. First ball of the 13th over. They're 101 for 2.
Yeah, and England are applying the pressure now. They're targeting that short boundary. Shepherd, you've got a feel for him coming on at this situation. 2 set batters, 2 world-class 2020 players. Jason Roy trying to get across his stumps. Shepherd goes wide out on that wide line, very brave. But because it's so wide of the stumps, the under edge beats the keeper on the inside and goes for 4. Just don't get too straight. If you're just switching on, strap yourselves in. This is going to be entertaining stuff for a little while if these 2 stay in.
Jason Roy is 1 blow away from a 50. He's 45 not out. He hits from Romario Shepherd to long on, and is caught by Kieron Pollard. Kieron Pollard turns around to the spectators behind him and just gives them a little shush. He just wiped his face of sweat before Romario Shepherd ran in that ball, Kieron Pollard, just to refocus himself. It was a back of the hand slower ball that Jason Roy has slapped straight to long on. Pollard waited and waited, takes it in the bread basket, goes down to his knees, and the West Indies might have just saved themselves about 30 or 40 runs there. England lose their third. 45 from 31 is Jason Roy. They're 101 for 3.
Yeah, very brave piece of bowling from Shepherd. The back of the hand slower ball, like you said, Macca, but it's where he's bowled it. He's out on that wide line, making Jason drag it to the short boundary. Couldn't at this occasion, so he hits it flat and hard, very straight. But I think we know how this England team plays. That's not going to be foot off the gas now. I think they're going to target the short boundary. I think whoever comes in now, they've got a very solid base. You'd expect them just to keep hitting and hitting. But Jason Roy there, very, very fine innings. That's what you want from your senior batter. When it's not as flat as your hat out there, there's still something for the bowlers. He's done the hard work. He's also taken the risk that you would want him, taking 24 off Allen's over. Got England off to a wonderful start.
Well, it is Sam Billings, the man coming out. He made 2 from 4 balls yesterday. He was officially out-stumped off the bowling of Akil Hussain. As Steve Harmison said on the commentary, you'd almost put him down as run out. He was so far down the pitch, he came charging at it and didn't get anywhere near it. So he is going to join Moeen Ali, and it is Billings who is on strike. Waits, taps his bat now, raises it, waits for Shepherd, just drops it in at his feet on the offside, and there is no run. Billings and Moeen Ali just head down the pitch to just prod a couple of bits on the surface. Just a reminder, if you weren't with us right at the top of the show today, not the same pitch as yesterday. Looking out from the broadcast area, this pitch is 3 to the left, so there's slightly shorter boundary on the leg side if the bowling is from the 3W stand end, and that's with the breeze. In comes Romario Shepherd. Billings in behind that, plays it back to the bowler, no run.
It looks like bats, they're going to use Shepherd as their death bowler here. So he's still obviously quite young. His death record's pretty good. It's just he hasn't played many games. He's only bowled in the death in 24 T20s coming into that, and that's domestic and international. It's quite a step up to go up against England's batting lineup on a ground like this and bowl the majority of your overs at the death, isn't it?
He turns at the end of his mark, makes his way in. Right arm over the wicket. Billings up and underneath this one, carves it over backward point. And the fielder down on the third man boundary, Odin Smith, can't get around and cut that one off. Sam Billings is underway with a 4. He's got 4 from 3 balls, 105 for 3.
This is the danger when you've got that short leg side boundary. Sometimes you want to get out on the wide line. If your length is fractionally off, you give that bit of width. Sam Billings, wonderful square of the wicket player, gets it up and over backward point. He's opened his account with a boundary. Nicely played.
Remember, of course, it's not just T20s. The Test Match Series are exclusively live on TalkSport 2 as well in a couple of weeks as Romario Shepherd comes in and ends the over. Played back down the pitch to him by Billings, and there's no run. 13 gone, it's 105 for 3. So yeah, 3 Test matches are coming your way in March. The players will head home after the T20s, and then the Test match squad will head back out in March, and all 3 Test matches are exclusively live to TalkSport 2 again. So plenty of cricket coming your way over the next couple of months. Gareth Batty.
Yeah, just touching on what you mentioned, Jared, about Shepherd bowling majority of his overs at the death. The West Indies trying to get some time into him there. The one observation of those 6 balls he just bowled in his first over, he's brave. He wants the challenge. He wants to rise to that occasion. It's Roy of the Rovers stuff, bowling right up front in the power play, but bowling at the death. You've got to want to be that man that's leading your team off with a victory, and he showed a little bit of that. He's brave. Can he execute now?
Kyron Pollard to continue to Moeen Ali outside of off stump. Moeen Ali is waiting on this one and guiding it through mid-off for a single. He goes to 25 from 22. England 106 for 3. Run rate of 8.1 and over. Everyone swaps over as we get the right-handed Sam Billings settling in.
Yeah, I think wherever possible, trying to think with Morgan next, I think England will try and go left and right hand if possible, try and target that short boundary.
In comes Pollard, jumps wide to bowl to Billings. Billings, a couple of paces down the pitch, trying to turn this on the leg side. Pollard will field in his follow through, and there is no run.
Yeah, Pollard been very smart here, using all his experience. He's getting very wide of the crease, so he's out on the return crease, angling it back in to the right-hander, and just cutting his fingers down the ball. And just because there's a little bit in the surface, just holding, it holds Billings on his right edge, so he can't clip it. He can't get leg side of it and get him offside. Just holding him with a straight bat.
Pollard is on his way, transfers the ball into his right hand, bowls down the leg side. He's going to have to bowl that one again, because that is a pretty easy call for Joel Wilson to call us wide. One more to the total, 107 for 3.
And obviously with that massive angle wide, it can be difficult if you start sort of at middle and leg stump. The angle says it's going down the leg side, and we've seen it there with the wide. But there's sometimes you're better off giving the wide than giving too much width if your short boundary is outside the off stump.
Pollard wide again. Sam Billings almost plays a forward defensive at that. Bat and pad close together. If there's a Test match short leg, he's probably in business. He just bobbles out on the leg side though, and one will be added to the total as Billings gets the single. It's 108 for 3. Yeah, worth reminding from what we're talking about, short and the long one. For Sam Billings, as Kyron Pollard is bowling, to the leg side for this over is the long boundary. That's why Pollard is trying to sort of shepherd the ball, if you like, to that side. Moeen Ali's hitting to the short one, and boy has he got all of that. That's another souvenir for someone in the crowd. He gets it up and into the jet stream of the wind. It wasn't a full-blooded smash. It was a sort of timing flip. He helps it into the leg side, and that is a 6 from Moeen Ali. Glorious shot, gets it high and handsome, and it's up and on the way, and it's another maximum for England that takes them to 114 for 3.
Long and languid swing there from Moeen Ali. Wow.
4th 6 of the England innings. He's chipped this one to short third man though. Has he hit it straight into the floor? Well, Sheldon Cottrell is claiming the catch. It's a wide ball on the crease line, and Moeen Ali has sort of jabbed the bat towards it. Now the West Indies are celebrating. Moeen Ali gives the impression that he wasn't sure. Did he hit it straight into the floor and squeeze it to the fielders? The umpires are getting together. Now the important question is, what are they saying for the soft signal?
I don't think it's possible for the ball. Here we go.
So they've sent the replay and they've given it the soft signal. They believe this is out, so they're wanting the third umpire just to check it. And is there a reason it can't be out?
I don't think, for the trajectory that ball went, I don't think it's possible to hit it into the ground and get it to do what it did, if that makes sense, Macca. So it didn't look like the sort of ball that was squeezed out. It looked like he hit the ground and then hit the ball, and it popped up slow to Sheldon Cottrell. But to be fair, the West Indians, some of them were very excited and some were standing around like they were.
Right, we've got the replay.
There we go, yeah. Exactly what I said, except he hits the ground just behind the ball, then he hits the ball and he scoops it off the face.
Bat face opens slightly and he's almost got underneath it, almost on the half volley, and guides it to Sheldon Cottrell at third man.
So unless you're fielding at point, you're probably not 100% sure what's happened there. And Moeen Ali, because he's hit the ground, at the same time, he wouldn't even be sure what has happened there. But you could tell from the trajectory that it had to have ended up like that. His bat's turned completely in his hand.
And the width of the ball, it's impossible for that to be any other outcome. You have to, as a batter, you know you've got to throw it. He's done well to hit the ball, if this makes any sense. You've got to throw your hands at it to get that open face, to get anything on it. Almost his skill is his downfall in the end because of the width of the ball.
Well, he has been given out by Gregory Brathwaite. So Moeen Ali goes for 31 from 24. It's 114 for 4. There's one ball left in the 14th over, and the England skipper walks to the middle, which means that England do continue that left-right combination. And there's one ball left of this over for Eoin Morgan to negotiate.
Quite a big period in the game, I feel here. Certainly England won't be worried at this point, but I feel like if they don't just have that small rebuilding phase, which is a matter of balls, not overs, just for these guys just to tick it around.
Eoin Morgan then to face Kieron Pollard. Pollard over the wicket to the left-handed Morgan. He's dropped this into the offside. Sets off for a single. Throw at Morgan's end. The non-strikers, but Morgan is safely home. Jason Holder is backing up. So he's up and underway, and that's quite a positive thing from Eoin Morgan's point of view, because he scratched around and didn't really get close to actually even hitting his first 7 balls yesterday. First ball he's faced, bat on ball, he's got a run to his name. 14 overs in the book here on TalkSport 2. England 115 for 4.
Yeah, I think you've got to look at the history of this innings, and Jason Roy, who is one of the most electric strikers of a ball that you're ever going to see. He just gave himself that time to get in, gave himself time to have that big over where he took Allen down for 24. His striker at the end of his innings ends up being where you want it, 150s and so on and so forth. But it was about, he was probably at 95 for majority of it. And then all of a sudden he pushes the button. I think these guys have to do the same thing. Take what's on offer, take those singles, and then 8-9 balls into it, then you make your decision who you're going to take, when you're going to take them. There's still a long time in this game. There's the last third of these overs to go.
Akeal Hussain, the left-arm spinner, coming back into the attack. The left-handed Eoin Morgan. He's going to bowl left arm over. Morgan gives himself some room, hits into the offside. Darren Bravo will field at short cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, it isn't going to be easy for the new batters. Bowled very nicely in his first 2 overs.
Hussain is in, and Eoin Morgan from the crease this time pushes it back past the bowler to the long off fielder coming in. That is Kieron Pollard. Single taken. So Eoin Morgan gives Sam Billings the strike. Morgan has 2 from 3. Billings 5 from the 6 balls that he has faced so far. 116 for 4 are England.
this is that curious point, because England are not as deep a batting lineup as they normally are. The West Indies will think, and they might actually go for gold and try and take a wicket to try and stunt the growth of runs.
Deep mid-wicket, deep long on for Akeal Hussain to Sam Billings. He's going to bowl left arm around to the right-hander. Billings goes on the sweep. It's taken the edge, loops up, and Sheldon Cottrell at short fine leg inside the circle takes the catch. Sam Billings goes. It's 116 for 5. Billings makes 5 from 7, trying to get on with it, playing the horizontal bat shot to Hussain, and it just takes the toe of the bat, loops up, and it was an easy catch for Cottrell coming around, and the left armer gets his man.
Yeah, very nicely bowled again. Hussain, he keeps it between the tram lines. By that I mean he keeps it when it gets reviewed to your third umpire, those tram lines that are put up on the wicket, he keeps the ball in between there. Billings felt like he had no option but to sweep from that straight line. As soon as the ball just stays in the surface like it did there, got to be so precise, and unfortunately for Billings, takes the top edge and loops up to Cottrell at 45, takes an easy catch. But it does sort of confirm that for the new batter, do need to take that extra few balls just to get yourself in. Be brave, take the game deep.
Well, Chris Jordan, the top scorer last night, is at the crease. He's at the non-striker's end as Owen Morgan waits for Hussain. That's quicker, hurries on, and Owen Morgan inside edge onto his pads and just rolls past the stumps. No run, 116 for 5, Jared.
Everyone's aware of Owen Morgan's form, but just a slight reminder, 46 games last year, he averaged 17.7 with a strike rate of 118 and didn't hit a 50 for the first time in his career, I think, in a calendar year, despite the fact it was the most matches he ever played.
Hussain is in. Morgan from the crease, plays to long on, takes a single, 117 for 5, 1 ball left of the 15th over.
Also, 46 matches is a lot, Mako.
It's a few, isn't it? It's a few.
That's what did we work that out? That's a quarter of Gareth Batty's career in a year.
No, it's not. 2020 cricket you're talking about.
Yeah, just 2020. You played 200, didn't it?
194.
Yeah, that's a lot in 1 year. 46 matches.
The first 10 years of my career of 2020, it was just pop and crisp. Nobody cared about it.
Yeah. Well, you started before 2020. In some ways, you started before cricket started.
To finish the 15th over, Akeal Hussain, left arm around the wicket to Chris Jordan. Jordan on his toes, turns it to fine leg. Cottrell comes in. Not the easiest of movers, has to be said, but he picks up the ball, throws it at the non-striker's end. And that is the third quarter of the England innings done and dusted. Owen Morgan, the skipper's at the crease. He's got 3 from 5. Chris Jordan has 1 from the one ball he's faced. And England are 118 for 5. To take you through the final session of this England innings, Steve Harmison and Barry Wilkinson here on TalkSport 2.
Indeed, 118 for 5. Look, it's going to be a good period here for the West Indies because they were able to get a cluster of wickets, setting things back, Steve Harmison, for them, because England at one stage were looking very much like they were going to get 180, the way that Jason Roy was going.
The over of Fabian Allen when it went for 24, I was just wondering, Barry, that is it just going to take the game away from them? Is it just going to take the game away from the West Indies? 145 could be a good total on this surface.
But Pollard comes in and bowls to Jordan, and Jordan this time is playing the ball square to the offside for an easy single, allowing the captain to get back on strike. He's on 3. It's 119 now for 5. You were saying, Stevie?
And sometimes that one over, that big over, is the one, it's the game changer. It's the one when you look at it at the end, that team wins by, in the last over, or wins by 10 runs. That 24 off the over is the one that changed the whole context. But in the last 25 minutes, I think the game's come back into the West Indies, largely down to, I think, England looking at the short boundary too much, being too preoccupied of trying to hit the short boundary. Billings come in instead of Morgan, left and right-hand combination, didn't have a problem with that.
As Pollard comes in and bowls to Morgan, he doesn't deliver. Typical Kieran Pollard, likes to be cheeky. Ran all the way in, and then when he was about to let go of the ball, he just said, nope, not going to let you have it, because Morgan seemed to be moving across his stumps, was shifting in position.
Yeah, he was. He just kept a hold of it. I thought it might have been for Chris Jordan backing up, but he never left his crease. He didn't leave his crease. We've seen it happen yesterday, Pollard. He won't Saki Mahmood.
Here he comes again, Bowles, and this time he's edging through the slip cordon, down to the boundary for 4. Perhaps a first slip. The slip that's in there is more of a second slip. First slip, like Jason Holder would have snapped that up.
Yeah, Sheldon Cottrell, he's took 2 catches in the last 15-20 minutes. That was more pace on, hit the pitch. Sheldon Cottrell's on the 30-yard circle at short third man, around about third slip line. And he's gone in between Shai Hope and Sheldon Cottrell. A welcome boundary for the England captain.
Indeed it is. 123 for 5. Here comes Pollard now in again. Runs it, passes the umpire and bowls to Morgan. Morgan gets a wide delivery outside the off-stump. Lets it go by. Signal wide now there by the umpire. Captain to captain, and that really was too wide.
Yeah, it was too wide. I think the West Indies have got this all wrong on this surface. I don't think this is a very good surface at all. I think the harder you hit it, especially from the height that Pollard and Holder has.
As he comes in again and bowls to Morgan, and Morgan gets the delivery again. That's one of the off stump. Just chops it away out to the cover point area for 1.
And I think if you hit this pitch hard from a good height, whether you're bowling it hard, you're bowling a slower ball hard into the pitch, I think the natural pitch, the variation of the pitch, doesn't give the batsman that much confidence to hit through, being able to strike the ball with any sort of conviction. And I think the West Indies, over the course of the last half an hour, 40 minutes, not only have they gone too full, they've gone too wide as well, and they've given England so many easy runs.
Pollard to bowl to Jordan, firm on drive. Out to the long on area for 1. Jordan was the man yesterday that was a game changer in terms of batting. They were 49 for 7. He had an innings of 27 or 28, and he was able to actually get them to that 100 mark. Today he has to support his captain now as they have about 4 overs left.
He's only won it from the England point of view yesterday, along with, I would say, England's, or the match point of view, Brandon King and Chris Jordan, because let's be fair, Nicholas Purran was really scratchy as well. The only 2 that really timed the ball on this surface.
As Pollard runs in again and the bowls to Morgan, and Morgan this time gets a short ball that he's cutting again out to the cover point. This time it's gone down to the sweeper. Fabian Allen, the man with the magic arm, is there for another single.
And I think this surface and the one that we played on yesterday are very similar in ways that the ball's just gripping. It's just gripping in the surface. It's not coming on as nicely as you want. And I think that's why we've seen some of the indifferent shots. I think that's why we've seen some players had to really work hard to get in on the surface.
Pollard down, bowls to Jordan, and Jordan this time is turning the ball out into the onside. Fabian Allen is in business again. Actually, it's Purran. They'll just get 1 to end the over here on TalkSport 2. 128 for 5. Morgan has got 9. Jordan's got 4.
Chris Jordan is showing his value to this team. Batting at number 7, normally bats at number 8, but with no Liam Livingstone, I think England have gone with Liam Dawson, who's going to bat at number 8. I think once Liam Livingstone's fit, these surfaces are like what they are and they continue to play like this, we might see England play only 2 seam bowlers. We've got Saki Mahmood, Reece Topley and Chris Jordan. They might sacrifice Mahmood or Topley to bring Livingstone in and see in these 5 games on the 5 different surfaces that have been prepared. We might see a lot of spin and slower bowlers used in the games, and I think that might be the way England goes. So if Liam Livingstone does come back, not only does he enhance the batting group, but he probably lengthens the tail as well.
Let's look at the bowlers that the West Indies have got left. They've got Cottrell has got 2, Holder's got 2, Hussain has got 1, and they're going to opt now for Shepherd, who's got available 3. He's bowled 1 for 8. We haven't seen Odin Smith at all. Here comes Shepherd around the wicket now and bowls, and this delivery is wide of the off stump. Should be signalled wide, is it? No, the umpire is very gracious on that.
That's harsh. That's a wide. That's a wide. Chris Jordan's asking for a wide. I think that's a wide. Watched in practice, Barry, that Shepherd was bowling a lot from around the wicket, trying to hit that blue line, which is it's a guideline. It's not if it goes past. It's a guideline for the umpires. But that there for me, Chris Jordan is batting outside off stump.
Yeah, very fortunate. Here comes Shepherd in again and bowls. This one is clipped away down to fine leg. That's going to be 4. No need for the umpire to get into action there, just to swing his arms to say that's 4 runs. Well played there from Jordan. A welcome boundary to take the total now on TalkSport 2 to 132 for 5.
That's fantastic batting by Chris Jordan. Chris Jordan said to Shepherd, you can have the stumps. He's batting, both feet are outside of stump. He's basically saying your best ball and what you're trying to execute is the line ball. It's the ball that you've been practicing to bowl wide. Bowl at the stumps if you want, and I'll help it round the corner. Short fine leg inside the circle, square leg inside the circle, short boundary. Again, Jordan on off stump.
Shepherd in again and bowls to Jordan. Jordan is hitting this in the air, down the ground. That's going to go out to the long off area. They'll just come back for the second of, I thought almost it was going to go for 4. Very good fielding there in the outfield by Jason Holder. Perhaps his long arm stopped that from getting into the boundary. Saving 2 runs, well done. But with 2 runs taking it to 134 now for 5.
Yeah, it was 8-9. He needed a 7-9. He needed the 7-9. 8-9. It's just stopped. It's just spun back. Not quite got himself onto the green. It's hit the base of the bat. Good execution there by Shepherd. He's not gone for the stumps this time. He's gone wide. Said to Chris Jordan, I'm going to try and bowl that wide line. Chris Jordan's managed to get the base of the bat, and the ball's just stuck in just short of the boundary.
Shepherd in again and bowls, and this time Jordan is hit this in the air, out to extra cover, over extra cover. It would have been a stupendous catch, but it's gone for 6. A good effort there in the end by Fabian Allen. If anyone could have caught that, Fabian could have, but he didn't. It was perhaps just a little too far from him, and it went over the boundary. 6 runs. Well played, Chris Jordan.
Fantastic strike. This is width. This is bowled it into length, and it's width. Chris Jordan's got a chance to get his hands free. He's managed to hit the middle of the bat. Good effort by Fabian Allen. Against the wind, long boundary. Shows the power of Chris Jordan's hit the middle of the bat. Change of angle from Shepherd now. He's come back over the wicket.
Runs it, passes the umpire and bowls to Jordan, and Jordan is driving in the air. Should be 1 bounce to long on. A couple of bounces rather, but he gets a single. But Jordan again, to me, the game changer again, because it was at a particular stage where they could have been perhaps halted and routed for 130, 140. It's now 141 for 5.
Yeah, it's a little beaut of an innings this. England captain, who's at the other end, will no doubt be looking to try and get Jordan back on strike. He'll be sensing, showing all his experience. It was the 74th time Owen Morgan's captained England in a 2020 international. It's equal MS Dhoni captain in a 2020 internationals. Phenomenal record this for the England captain.
Shepherd now to Morgan, and Morgan this time is getting the delivery that's wide down the leg side. Well taken by Shea Hope, but signal wide by the umpire. So that's another sundry that they'll enjoy. This has been an expensive over. We've had 4 and a 6, that's 10 and 2, 12, 13, 14 runs, and you've still got 1 ball left, 1 legal delivery left.
Again, the big overs on this surface, 2 big overs. That's the difference for me, Barry. That could be the difference between winning and losing the game. I said first time it was on, 145 will be a good score, I think, on this surface.
Short ball plundered out into the deep, out to the area of extra cover. That's gone for 4 more. Good batting here from England and Owen Morgan. 4 runs takes him to 13, and after 17 is England 146 for 5, the latest score on TalkSport 2.
Experience, it's all it is, experience against inexperience. Chris Jordan played a lot of IPL and franchise cricket. Owen Morgan, a lot of IPL and franchise cricket and international cricket, the both of them. And I think Shepherd there, infancy of his career, he's going to have to learn the hard way. Situations like this, you haven't got to think who's at the other end or try and second guess the other end. You've got to bowl your best ball. Get to the end of your mark. Think, this is my best ball. Yorker, bouncer, slower ball, back of the hand, slower ball, and then run up and execute it to the length you want, regardless of who's at the other end. If it goes for 6 and you've bowled your best ball, well, you just doff your cap and say, fair enough, well played, good on your batsman, can you do it again?
Well, it's going to be Jason Holden come back. He's bowled 2 overs for 10. Here he comes in now and bowls to Jordan, and Jordan is pulling down to the back square leg boundary, 1 bounce for a single. not being too critical of Captain Karen Pollard, but I can't understand how you have Odean Smith bowled 1 over yesterday, hasn't bowled a ball for the day, while Pollard has bowled all 4.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Maybe it's inexperience. Possibly he's thinking Shepherd, the inexperience of Shepherd as well as Odean Smith. He went to his spin bowlers very early in the game, go Pearce off the ball. I actually think Karen Pollard should have bowled 4 overs on this surface because it suited his bowling. Bowling these little cutters, taking Pearce off the ball, bowling it hard into the pitch.
Here comes Holden now, bowls to Morgan, and Morgan is going for a big swing, misses, taken there by the keeper. Good bowling there from Jason Holder. He had 4 wickets for 7 runs yesterday, hasn't got 1 today as yet. He's bowled 2 for 11.
Just seen there, Barry, the beauty about the height of Jason Holder, 2.3 metres I think his release point is. Owen Morgan gives himself some depth in his crease, goes to swing for the leg side, and the ball just bounced off the length.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Morgan was just trying to perhaps guide it down to the third man, missed it again. Well bowled from Jason Holder. Are you and Jason Holder perhaps the same height, Harmy?
No, he's bigger than me. I passed him this morning in the hotel in the lift, and I'm looking up many people I look up to. There's not many people in the world I've had to sort of straighten the neck and look up to, but he's a good 2 or 3 inches, if not more, taller than me. What a lovely man he is as well.
Oh, Jason's a top guy. Here he comes again and bowls. This one is swung in the air, out to the mid-on area. Chance for a catch. Brandon King settles, takes the catch. The captain is gone. Jason Holder picks up the wicket to break the momentum. England now falter to 147 for 6.
Again into the pitch, Barry. That's it. Tall man, tall action, high release point. He's bowled a ball into, I would say it's more or less in the slot for Owen Morgan on a true pitch in the slot. He's back the England captain to hit that out the ground, but because of the way the surface is, it's just sat in the pitch, and Owen Morgan hasn't quite timed it right. But straight up in the air, the England captain goes for 13. England 147 for 6 after 17.4 overs here on TalkSport 2. And I actually think this is not a bad score now. I really do. If England go on and get 170, 165, 170, I think that might be 20 over the top for this West Indian side to chase.
Still 2 balls left in the over. The new batsman is Dawson, but it's Jordan on strike as Holder comes in and bowls. This one is down the leg side and turned down to the fine leg area. They'll get 1, and that's all they'll be. Pretty good feeling there. So this has been a very good over from Jason Holder. Just 2 runs from the over and a wicket at this stage of the match is like gold dust.
It is like gold dust, and the captain of England, it's a big, crucial, important wicket because Owen Morgan eyes up the leg side boundary for at least 1 over, and he gets in. That could be the difference between winning and losing the game. So a wicket at the right time. Liam Dawson showed yesterday he's no mug with the bat, but I think if we had the inexperience of Shepherd from the Joel Garner end in the last over, they're showing that a good experience of Holder from this over.
Holder to Dawson, short, slow outside the line of the off stump, 2 wide, and that gives England an extra. Umpire Joe Wilson stretches out his arms, so I was talking him up, and he's now bowled wide. These things happen.
He's bowling wide to that short side. He's making sure that he's got cover. Fielder goes from mid-wicket down to backward point. He's got a third man, deep point, extra cover.
Here he comes in again now, bowls short, pulled in the air over the head of the backward square fielder. That's gone for 4, but I think he came in too quick on that occasion, Nicholas Pooran, because he was set on the boundary for that pull shot. He ran in like Usain Bolt, and then he recognised, oh no, I miscued it. I mistimed that totally. It's gone for 4. 153 for 6 after 18 on TalkSport 2.
Well, Nicholas Pooran is having a shocker here. Not only did he not get a hand on one at the short side boundary, he's been thrown over to the longer side boundary. Liam Dawson has just helped one on its way. Poor ball by Jason Holder going down leg side. Liam Dawson's just picked it up, helped it on its way, and it looked as though Nicholas Pooran was running in for the end of the over. By the time he's looked up, the ball's gone sailing over his head. One bounce, 4 into the boundary. That's poor fielder. That's poor game management from the number 3 batsman from the West Indies. He should know better. The experience that he's had, he's played a lot of IPL cricket. He stood still, takes the catch. England lose another wicket. Instead, they get the boundary. And Liam Dawson is still there.
Indeed. So Sheldon Cottrell, the soldier, is going to come back. He's bowled 2 overs, 6 dots, none for 13. And his first delivery is a wide outside the line of the off-stump there to Jordan. Too many wides in this innings from the West Indies. They've had some 8 wides, and that's quite a bit, especially making it all the extras.
Yeah, they've got a plan. They're trying to execute a plan of bowling wide, which I'm not sure why on a surface which is a little bit inconsistent.
Here comes Cottrell in again and bowls to Jordan, and Jordan is hitting this in the air out to the long off area. It's not going to carry. Actually, Jason Holder misfields it. That's a rare misfield by Jason Holder. It should have been 1 in the end. It was 2. Cottrell is not happy, and they get a couple to take the total to 156 for 6.
I didn't mind that from Jason Holder. He's trying to stop the second run. He's trying to show that the intent of getting there. The ball's just sat in the surface and spun a little bit as it's done. He's trying to keep the run down. He's trying to stop the second run by going hard at the ball, but unfortunately it just spun away from him.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Jordan, and Jordan is driving in the air out to the backward point region. He'll get 1. Will he come out for the second? Yes, they do. The throw comes in. Not the best of throws there, and Pooran again, the man guilty of throwing the ball into the ground and allowing 2 more runs.
Yeah, Nicholas Pooran again, he's having one here. He owes his team a few runs here. The catch, the non-attempted catch, he's on the boundary here. He's right on the boundary. You've got to be better game management here. He is literally on the boundary, into the wind, on the long side. It's 2 every time.
Here comes Cottrell in again and bowls to Jordan, and Jordan gets the inside edge. It's going to go down to the boundary, down to fine leg for 4. When the luck is going your way, it is going your way, and it certainly went there for Jordan. He didn't mean to hit that ball the way he did at all. He was trying to drive what was kind of like a full toss into the offside, and in the end it came off of the inside edge and it beat Shea Hope, the keeper, who was caught going outside the off stump instead of going down leg, and it went down to fine leg for 4.
West Indies had the perfect performance yesterday, Barry, and everything went against England. Well, it's gone the opposite way today. No fielders there.
Jordan has played a very similar innings as well. Here he comes in again and bowls to Jordan, and Jordan is driving in the air out to Jason Holder, long off, catch taken on the boundary. Jordan goes, but not the biggest of worries, because I thought 27 he made from 15 was just what the doctor ordered for England. They've made 162 for 7 so far, with still 8 balls left. Anything is possible, but Jordan again, the game changer with the batting.
Beautiful innings by Chris Jordan, but again, I'm sick of mentioning this now. It's in the surface. You hit the surface, bowled a ball probably in the slot on an absolute road. An absolute road. This is in the slot and it goes out the ground. It's twice now. Owen Morgan and Chris Jordan have had balls that are in the slot, bowling hard into the surface, and it's very difficult to time it on. Morgan caught 10 yards in off the boundary. Chris Jordan a little bit stronger, and he's picked 6'7", 6'8" Jason Holder out, standing on the boundary, take the catch with ease.
So the new batsman is Adil Rashid. He had a pretty good innings yesterday as well. Here comes Sheldon Cottrell now to bowl his first ball to him, and Rashid is swinging, missing, just on the line of the off stump. That barely missed off stump. Well bowled there from Sheldon Cottrell, and a dot ball, 162 for 7 on Talksport 2.
Well needed dot ball as well from Sheldon Cottrell. He's bowled that ball to Chris Jordan, cross seam in the slot, but it's just grabbed again in the surface. No matter how strong Chris Jordan is, he's just managed to pick out the fielder down on the boundary.
Here comes Cottrell to bowl to Rashid, and Rashid is driving. There's an appeal for LBW. Perhaps the bat hit the pad, or he thought that the ball hit the bat after it struck the pad. Nevertheless, it's a single. 163 for 7 after 19 here on Talksport 2. England have 6 balls left. But Steve, are you happy with this total?
Very happy with this total. very happy with the way England have got about their job. Disappointing from the West Indies, I would say. I don't think, as much as the buzzword before the game was assess the situation, adapt to the conditions, well, England were horrendous at it 24 hours ago. I actually think the West Indies have taken a leaf out of the England boat, and I don't think the West Indies have bowled very well in these conditions. I don't think they've hit the pitch hard. I don't think they've let the ball sit in the surface enough for my liking.
As Holder comes down, bowls Rashid. Rashid is driving in the air, out to long on. Should just get one. That's all there'll be. 164 then for 7. Holder given the last over, so that means he will finish his quota of 4 overs. Has picked up well in the last 2. His first 2 were pretty expensive, but he's dried the runs up.
I think he's bowled really well. I think he's bowled really, really well. He showed his experience. He's bowled it into the pitch, whether it's been a slower ball.
As he comes in again and bowls, this time this is swung out to the mid-wicket area. Chance for a catch taken. Fabian Allen there at mid-wicket, taking an easy catch. Dawson departs, and Holder gets another. 4 yesterday, 2 today, and he's not quite done yet. 164 for 8 and 4 balls left.
And it's another ball that sat in. It's not quite a Yorker, it's what you would say, it's in the slot. I'm repeating myself again, but it's in the slot. Gone to the big boundary against the wind. Jason Holder, because of his height, ball's just sat there, and it's an easy catch. Down on the longest side of the boundary, into the wind. The wind's died a little bit, but even still, it's still a big hit out to the leg side. Jason Holder's put himself up to bowl at the death and try and get himself some cheap wickets.
Yeah, he's got 2 for 18 all of a sudden. We were talking earlier that he didn't have any wickets in his first 2 overs. Here he comes in now and bowls to the new batsman Mahmood, and Mahmood is driving, well, perhaps pulling this one rather, out to the mid-wicket boundary. Fabian Allen runs across. They'll get a couple of runs, so Mahmood is off of the mark. 166 for 8. For the last 5-6 overs, that has been the projected score, 166, 168. So they've just got to that projected score, and I think, like you said, this is a very good total. West Indies will have to bat properly tonight to get this.
Yeah, I don't know how the surface is going to react under the lights, whether it skids on that little bit more. England only really have the one bowler of note of height. A difference in Tamil Mills coming out and Reece Topley coming in.
Here comes Holder in again and bowls, and this time he's backing away, looking to play the ball in the offside. Missed it. Luckily for him, it didn't knock his stumps down. Well taken there by the keeper. A dot ball. You don't want dot balls with 2 and 3 balls left in the innings.
Good ball by Jason Holder. He's watched Saqib Mahmood try and give himself some room to open up the offside. He's followed him, and he's just missed the top of leg stump. It was a good ball there by the former West Indian captain.
Comes in again and bowls. This one is pulled in the air, out to mid-wicket. No one is there. That's 4 runs. Went into almost no man's land. Everyone was just standing up and looking at it. 4 runs in the dark.
Good shot by Saqib Mahmood. He's just waited on this slower ball. It's a little bit too short from Jason Holder. Back of the hand, slower ball. The ball's just set up, has to be hit. And it's interesting that the West Indies fielders, the 2 men on the leg side, one seems to be 20 yards too far to his left, his left, standing here looking, facing the score, facing the press box. And the deep square seems to be too far in the other direction. There's a massive gap on the leg side which has just been plugged. And as it happens, the guy at sort of deep square leg at Cow Corner has gone 20 yards to his right, and he's now standing right underneath the scoreboard. So they've got 3 men on the leg side, and where that ball has just gone, Nicholas Pooran is in there. So the way Nicholas Pooran's day is going, if Saqib Mahmood hits the same shot again, he might get another 4.
So they're ready now for the last delivery. Here comes Jason Holder now. Bowls to Mahmood, and Mahmood gets a short ball again. This time he's forced to defend it, playing it straight to the offside. Well bowled by Jason Holder. A single to end the innings, and England, after losing the toss, being asked to bat, they finish on 171 for 8 here after 20 overs on top for 2. They'll tell you what happened here earlier. It was England having to bat first again with Jason Roy caught by Pollard off of Shepherd for 45. Tom Banton was caught on Bo Allen for 25. James Vince, after a lovely square drive for 4, was bowled by Allen the next ball. Moin Ali was caught Cottrell, Bo Pollard for 31. Sam Billings caught Cottrell, Bo Hussein for 5. Owen Morgan, the captain, was caught King, Bo Holder 13. Jordan again caught Holder, Bo Cottrell 27, much like yesterday. Liam Dawson came 4 not out, and Adil Rashid, he came some 8 runs not out, as England finished on 171 for 8. So that's a pretty good total. Power score here in T20s is usually 150, so they've gone above par, which is really good stuff from the England side. It was Cottrell 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. Holder 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 25. Akil Hussein 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. Fabian Allen 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 50, was a little expensive. Kyron Pollard, the captain, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. And Romario Shepherd, his 2 overs just cost 26 runs. So again, in the end, it was Jason Holder, the pick of the bowlers, as it didn't look likely because of his first 2 overs looked a little bit expensive. So we've got a good game on our hands here. The lights are on. The crowd continues to build and bubble. It's 171 for 8 after 20 England. How will the West Indies respond? Well, the action will continue pretty soon.
We're going to take a slightly different tack here, as we're going to talk to former England player Gareth Batty and former Surrey player Gareth Batty and current assistant coach of Surrey, Gareth Batty, but there's no head coach. Gareth, is there any chance that you are, can we get a live and exclusive here? Are you Surrey Club's captain, coach, you were the captain, at the moment?
We are live and exclusive, but I can't confirm anything or say anything because obviously it's interesting times for us. We were moving forward in a very nice way with Vikram Solanki, who's got an incredible opportunity to be director of cricket of a new franchise in the IPL.
The Ahmedabad franchise, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and to work with Ashish Nehra and I think Mr. Kirsten is going with. I mean, it's just incredible. So, as a club, we want people to express, move forward in their careers and so on and so forth. And it's a brilliant opportunity for Vic. Anything other than that is still the club are working out how we move forward. It's not something we were planning for. My role is assistant coach and bringing forward as many young players as humanly possible, which is still very much at the forefront of my job role. And if I keep talking any longer, you can't ask me any more silly questions.
I can see what you're doing.
The players are walking out on the field.
Thankfully, the West Indians are stuck on the not quite out on the field yet. Do you want the job, Gareth Batty?
Oh, that is an interesting question. If I'm brutally honest, as I was thinking about how I would start on my coaching career, it was not something I'd ever thought about. It's very much working with some younger players that we've already started some great work with, and they're moving forward very, very well. The one thing I would say, it's a great bunch, it's a great squad, it's a good place at the minute, Surrey, and I think it's at the verge of good and big things, but certainly the job is not something in my eye line at the minute.
Here's my question for you. A lot of people are going to be listening in. Chris Silverwood, there's been some conjecture about him. What specifically does a head coach of a professional cricket team do? What is the, other than giving press conferences where you're either happy or sad, what's the majority of the job?
It varies from team to team, doesn't it? Because we have a director of cricket in Alex Stewart. He runs the whole of cricket, so our head coach role is fundamentally to look after the pros that are playing in the first team at that moment and look after daily running of that. Other clubs it would be different. The England setup, Chris Silverwood has got a coach, pick the team and probably clean the changing rooms. He's got a pretty difficult job.
Well, good luck with the changing rooms at Surrey if you do take that job. But now, over to Barry Wilkinson.
So it's going to be Brandon King to take the first ball. He's partnered, of course, by Shea Hope. And it's going to be Topley in the side, rolling from the Joe Garner end, with the West Indies dealing 172 from 120 balls, essentially. And that means the required run rate of 8.60. They've got to really get moving. So the first ball, here comes Topley to bowl to Brandon King, wide and down the leg side, and tremendously stopped there from the keeper. And they're actually going to steal one as well. So 2 runs from the first ball. The Windies are quote-unquote off and running, 2-0 loss.
Yeah, and swing. That's the first thing that comes to mind here, Barry, is swing. He's Rhys Topley. He's got the ball, got the seam, and a lovely position there. Sort of canted back towards the stumps. Just got the ball to swing. Just that little bit too much down the leg side, wide, but encouraging.
Here comes Topley to bowl to Hope, and Hope is looking to turn the ball into the onside. Might be some bat and pad there. Ball goes forward of square for another one. It's a leg bye. So the Windies getting sundries to get them started. 2 and then 1 leg bye.
And this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see the difference between the bowling of Saqib Mahmood and Chris Jordan's skiddy trajectory yesterday. They took the new ball. This is a completely different way. It's he's 6'5".
He comes in again and bowls, and this time he's wrapped in the pad. There's a loud appeal he's given him. Topley caught King LBW, and he's straight away going upstairs. But I think the decision might stand. It looked pretty straight from here.
Unless he's hit this, Barry, I think he might be on his way, and out he'll be going. Great start by Rhys Topley. He's got the ball swinging. Has referred it.
Let's have a look. Topley pitched just about. Couldn't he miss it? It looked to me like he pitched perhaps pitched just on the outside leg. Interesting to see this graph.
I think it's maybe it's going on to be doing too much, Barry.
There's no bat involved for sure.
No bat involved.
As the ball goes past the bat, gap between bat and ball tracking when ready.
Umpire's call, so that's a bit unfortunate for Brandon King.
Umpire's call on impact, umpire's call on wicket. I'm going to go back to Nigel on field. Nigel, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original out decision. You're on screen now.
So a bit unfortunate for Brandon King. If he was given not out, might have.
This is hilarious, this, Barry. England players, I don't think they realise that they've got the wicket. I don't think the England players have realised they got the wicket here, because they're all gone back into their fielding positions. Wasn't
Either that or they're just not
celebration.
Well, I just don't think they're celebrating for some. I think they did all the celebration prior, so they were just waiting on the confirmation. Now they've got that, they're ready to roll again. But this is not a good start for the Windies. 3 for 1 after 2.
No, it's not a good start for the Windies. And it said in the first half, if everything went for the West Indies in game 1, nothing went for England. Well, everything went for England in that first half. Catches dropped, poor fielding, misjudgment in the deep, inside edges, missing the stumps and going for 4. That there, the naked eye, looked plumb LBW. When he slowed it down, I actually thought it was doing too much. I can't believe it says it's umpire's call and hitting leg stump and where it did. I watched this again, the replay is right in front of me, and I'm looking at this naked eye, and unless the camera's in the wrong place on a different angle, I'm sorry, I think this is doing too much and it's going down leg side. It's clipping the outside of leg stump. How's your luck, Brandon King?
So, here comes Topley now to bowl to Puran, and Puran is driving wildly outside the land. The all stump misses, taken there by the keeper. There's no run. What an eventful start.
Great start by Rhys Topley. Great energy by Rhys Topley. He's got his knees pumping. He's driving himself in towards the crease, looking for the ball to swing. That last ball there, he's just run off. Didn't quite complete his action. That's why it went a little bit wider, a little bit more round arm. And that's why he ended up next to sort of cover point when he finished his follow-through. England change of field. Man coming from the leg side into cover point.
What if his dad has got him to watch this? Outside the land, the off stump, shoulders, arms. There's the batsman in Nicholas Puran, taken there by the keeper, no run.
Yeah, his old man's here. Old Don Topley. I should call him something else, because he once, when we were in Africa, talk sport, we would get invited New Year's Eve. Macca will remember this. Bats will remember this. He introduced me as Simon Harmison, so I think he got me obviously mixed up with Simon Jones, Don Topley, but he is here watching his son. He's had a great start.
Here he comes in again, balls again outside the land, the off stump, left alone, shouldering arms, taken by the keeper. Another dot ball. Well, perhaps it's the first day of the first test.
It is, and it could be a message to the selectors. First day of the first test on a surface like this, out here in the Caribbean, that the skiddier trajectory bowlers don't really work. You've got to hit these surfaces hard, and you've got to hit them from a high release point.
Here he comes in again. This time he's driving loosely outside the land, the off-stump, missing, taken by the keeper, and this is very, very good cricket. It turned out to be an indifferent start to the over, but it's a strong finish. And here on TalkSport 2, England, after making 171 for 8, they have the West Indies 3 for 1 after 1.
Great start, Barry. Great start by England. Great start by Reece Topley. Just give the ball a chance to swing. Be interesting to see now how Saqib Mahmood goes on this wicket. 24 hours ago, he got caught between a rock and a hard place, whether to bowl full, give it a chance to swing, angle the ball in towards, his natural angle was in towards the right-handers last night. This time he's got a bit more runs to play with. Can he drag his length back? He's got to slip in play. Can he get the ball to go away from off stump from a good length? Skiddy, different trajectory to Reece Topley, but as effective pace through the air.
So it's going to be Mahmood comes in out and bowls, and this delivery is driven beautifully straight to cover. Very well fielded there, because they were dashing off for a single, but a diving captain and Owen Morgan stopped any chance of that. They had to turn back, and good thing they did. It would have been a run out. Another dot ball.
Role reversed, didn't it, Barry? It's a role reverse. 24 hours ago, it was the men in the maroon and the yellow that were diving about in the field, taking early wickets and really putting pressure on the opposition. This time it's the men in the red and the blue.
Here he comes in again and bowls. That's keeping low outside the land, the off stump. I think they were perhaps appealing, but then he realised no, it was way too far outside the land, the off stump. It kept low though, and Shea Hope seemed late on it. It went down to the slip corner. Another dot ball. Wow, is this a different England team playing tonight?
It is. It's a better length by Saqib Mahmood. He's got the new ball. And if the ball isn't going to swing, the last one was floated up there. That's a better stock length. Brings his length back like that. More balls, 4 out of 6, and then he gives it a chance to go up there and give it a chance to swing.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This delivery is driven beautifully in the air, out to long on. That should go down to the boundary. Will it get there? No. Pull back just about now, but they'll get a couple of runs. Shea Hope might have just been ball watching, because I thought he should have gotten 3 there. In the end, he only got 2.
Yeah, I think that was largely down to the man chasing it and the man throwing it, and that's Chris Jordan. Electric over the ground. Good shot. Very well executed shot by Shea Hope. He didn't try and hit it too hard, didn't lose his shape. He was just using the pace of the ball, trying to hit it over the 30-yard circle.
Here he comes in again, Mahmood, to bowl to Hope, who's got 2. And this time Hope gets the delivery on the line of the leg stump, turns it into the onside. No run there for him or the West Indies.
Good start by Mahmood. Looks as though his run-up's nice and smooth. His action looks good. England's fielders encouraging them. Tom Banton from mid-wicket. You can hear the encouragement. Crowd's gone a little bit quiet. It's not as carnival and party atmosphere as you usually have out in the Caribbean, largely down to the fact that 95% of the people in the crowd are from England.
As Mahmood turns it again and passes the umpire and bowls to Hope, and Hope is looking to drive a very wild, uncharacteristic shot. Some pace there beat him, and he was perhaps caught wondering, what was I trying to do? Taken by the keeper, no run.
140 kilometres an hour. Good pace by Saqib Mahmood. Seam bolt upright, back of a length ball. Wasn't a drive ball by any stretch. And Shea Hope there just completely, the one he hit down the ground earlier was a controlled, used the pace of the ball there. It's nowhere near as controlled as what it was before.
Mahmood in again and bowls to Hope, and this time Hope is driving the ball back to Mahmood, who fields his own bowling, no run. So a very good over, just 2 from it. England 171 for 8. The Windies, after 2 overs, are 5 for 1 on TalkSport 2.
Much better over by Saqib Mahmood. That'll give him a huge amount of confidence. England only having 103 runs to play with yesterday, 24 hours ago. And Saqib Mahmood got a hold of the ball, showed his inexperience, a little bit of trying to impress in the big stage, and also trying to get wickets. and he knew he had to bowl the West Indies out 24 hours ago to win the first T20 international, and he did neither really. Became easy to hit. He wasn't as confident, I don't think, as what he has been in that last 6 balls there. It's amazing what runs on the board gives you from a bowling unit and individually as a bowler running into ball when you know you've got a big score on the board and the batsman have to come at you.
Well, the thought process here from Owen Morgan is that when you've got some runs like 171 to play with and you get the West Indies on the back foot so early, your bowling is going to be kind of perhaps controlled by getting the West Indies curtailed in the power play. If you can get them under pressure in the power play, that to me is 50% of the job done. It's going to be Topley to continue. He bowls now to Pooran, who's looking for his first run. Pooran comes down the pitch and slices this down to the backward point boundary, but there's a fielder there, so he'll get off the mark, but just a single. It's now 6 for 1, the Windies.
Yeah, 100% agree, Barry. Looking at the fields that England have set, Kieran Pollard said, I didn't think he got his angles right in the first half. The men on the deep were in the deep, weren't saving 2. It just seemed as though the energy that the West Indies put in last night hasn't had an adverse effect 24 hours later.
Here he comes down, bowls to Hope. Hope has bowled him. Or he's appealing for LBW. They're still appealing. Now that says the umpire, I could have sworn that knocked his stumps down. Hit him on the pad. The appeal was quite vociferous, but for some reason they're not interested anymore. What happened there? It was pitched outside leg? Yeah, pitched outside leg, and it was also high.
Going down, I think, Barry. I think it's also going down. Apart from pitching outside leg, hitting him high and going down, it wasn't a bad appeal. I thought the wicketkeeper, the slip, and Rhys Topley gave a very convincing appeal towards the umpire, but there wasn't a great deal going for the actual ball when it hit the pad. But a good start by England. Good start by Morgan as well.
Yeah, England look a totally different side today. Yesterday they looked jet lagged. Today they look like if they've settled in, had some rest. Here comes Topley now again and bowls to Hope, and Hope gets a Yorker, digs it out, but they're going to still steal a single, will they? Oh no, I think he's going to be run out. Topley has done a brilliant job. They're going upstairs, but I think Shea Hope might just continue to run on. It was a Yorker delivery. Shea Hope dug it out, pushed it down the ground. Topley diving across the pitch, fielded as they took a single, threw at the stumps and connected, and I think that Shea Hope is a goner. Yes, he is. Keep going, Shea Hope. The Windies are 6 for 2 in some trouble.
Well described there, Barry, because that was brilliant. You just heard through the stump mic Sam Billins say in my ears there, that was unbelievable. It was unbelievable agility from the big man, not just to stop the ball in the middle of the crease, but the ability to get up and not try and pick the ball up. He's not trying to pick it up, he shoveled it with his non-dominant hand, which is his right hand, and he's managed to just shovel it back onto the stumps, and that was a difference. If he had gone to pick it up, he probably wouldn't have been able to run him out, because the difference between the split screen of getting in and being out was because he shoveled it onto the stumps with a hand and not tried to pick it up. Fantastic work by Rhys Topley. Great agility by the big man. West Indies are now 6 for 2 and all sorts of trouble in this power play.
Topley's done everything right, I've got to tell you. Besides that wide he bowled the first ball, he's been superb.
He has. He really has been fantastic. In, by all accounts and reports, in the warm-up game when Jason Roy got the 100 off 32 balls, they said Rhys Topley bowled very, very well in that game, and I'm not sure. Just Tymel Mills's extra pace probably give him the nod over the course of Rhys Topley playing yesterday. But I think between the management, it was always going to be Topley was going to play one game and Mills was going to play another game because of their bodies. Their bodies are not great when it comes to fitness.
So it's Topley bowling again now, this time to Nicholas Pooran. The new batsman is another left-hander in Darren Bravo, but he's at the non-striker's end. Pooran gets another Yorker and he dug it out, but perhaps saying to himself, no way am I going to risk a run. They remain on 6-2. They're not making good use of this power play. England were 14 without loss at this particular stage. Topley is back with it again from that Joel Garner end. Here he runs it again now. Bowls to Puran, and Puran is going for a big drive and a miss. Taken there by the keeper, but this is very unsettling for the West Indies. They seem to me that they want to try and get on top of the bowling, but it's just not proving possible at this stage.
Well, actually, looking at, we've seen a replay, just seen a replay of the DRS replay of the ball that Reece Topley ran Shy Hope out, and he's done himself a little bit of a disservice here because he's got the run out, but it was actually LBW. He would have been plumb all in front of the three stumps.
Here he comes to get him bowls, and this time the batsman Puran is squaring up, playing it in the outside, and there's no run. I think they were so caught up, they didn't think it hit the boot first. No one appealed, so therefore the thought was that it came off the bat for the single. 3 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. It's 6 for 2 of the Windies, trying to get 172 to win this encounter. Here's Steve Harmison.
Yeah, that's. I think if I was Reece Topley, I'd be going to the umpires and saying, "Come on, can I have that wicket?" Because he's out anyway. You just got to change it to, as a bowler, you always want the wicket. It doesn't go in your column from a run-out point of view. It's hit him flush on the boot as it hit the middle of Shea Hope's bat, back up the crease. The agility that Reece Topley showed was fantastic. Not quite out of the Steve Harmison fast bowling fielding dictionary. It was definitely the now more modern day fast bowling. The way they practice their fielding and the agility they now have and the fitness levels they have. It's a great bit of fielding by Reece Topley. Not only just up the ball, but then have the foresight to get up quickly and knock the stumps over.
Mahmood now to bowl to Darren Bravo. Bravo is on the back foot, plays the ball square to the offside, and there's no run. He hasn't played in a while, Darren Bravo, in terms of T20 cricket. He has been very hot and cold. His career was going so well when it started, and then got in a bit of a tussle, online tussle with the then president of Cricket West Indies, and he was forced into almost 2 years of exile. And since he's come back, he's just not been the same player that left the game in 2016.
Yeah, that's gonna work, isn't it? Having a tussle with the president of the West Indies, isn't it? That's really gonna go down well, isn't it?
Here comes Mahmood bowls to Bravo, who's driving in the air. He'll get off the mark, a bit of nervous energy. The ball flies down to third man. There's a fielder there, and he gets one. So he's off the mark. It's now 7 for 2 and over number 4.
Yeah, you can pick your fights with some people, but president of the West Indies, that's not going to do your chances of not only playing in the next cricket match any good. It's going to hamper your future career. But he's a good player, Darren Brown. I really like watching him bat. When he's on. He obviously he's modelled himself on the backlift of Brian Lara, somebody who I played against a lot, somebody who I bowled at a lot, and he's not quite Lara-esque, but when he does get going, he does play some beautifully looking innings.
Here comes Mahmood now, bowls to Paran. Paran is looking to pull, doesn't time it. He was looking to pull it into the onside, didn't time it, and it went back straight to the bowler, who had no choice but to stop it as he fielded the ball to his own bowling. You look at the career of Darren Bravo in T20s. He's played some 43 T20s. The last time he played before this would have been in Karachi. He played one game in Karachi, and he only made He made 34 not out. Before that, he would have played in 2019 against England here in the Caribbean. So, like I said, yes, there was not a lot of cricket in 2020, I suppose, but he's just not been a consistent member of the West Indies team. But it's Puran on strike, and this delivery is driven off the inside edge down to short flying leg. Very well fielded there by Topley. He's the golden man at the moment. Windies get another single. They eke it out. It's 8 for 2.
Yeah, everything's going for Reece Topley down at short fine leg there. Nicholas Puran is having a day. He really is. He's struggled in the field. Didn't lay a mitt on a ball when the ball's gone straight to him. Overran a ball. He just looked as though he was half asleep in the field. And again, a bit like last night, 24 hours ago, he started scratchy, but the beauty about the way he played Puran last night, he stayed there, he hung in there, and he got his team over the line. He needs to do that again.
Here he comes it again now. Bowls, and this time Bravo is playing the ball beautifully. Square to the offside, down to the backward point boundary. That's the first 4 of the innings. The Windies in the 4th over get their first 4 is 12 for 2.
That's a beautiful shot, Barry. That is a beautiful shot. That's not a bad ball at all by Sakib Mahmood. He's bowled it into length, a little bit wide if you want to be hypercritical, but that's where you want to bowl to Darren Bravo. He plays away from his body a lot. You've got a slip and play, you've got a backward point and a point and a backward point. You want him to play away from his body. It's nice and controlled. Beautiful shot by Bravo.
Here he comes again and bowls to Bravo. This time he's quietly turning the ball forward of square. They only will take 1. Thoughts of a second, that might have been suicidal. I'm going back to the career of Darren Bravo. No one wanted to pick on him. I just recognise he made his debut the 28th of February in 2010. That's 12 years ago, Steve. You were probably still playing.
Not internationally. I'd long given up internationally. I probably should have given up full time as well, but that is a long time. That's surprising. It is surprising. I know he'd been around for a long time. I didn't realise he had been around since 2010, and that's international cricket as well, Barry. That's not domestic cricket, so he's had a long career so far. Hasn't really fulfilled it.
He's never scored a half century. Highest score 43 not out in T20s. It's amazing.
That is amazing for somebody who bats in the top 4 with the talent he's got, the technique he's got, the ability to play shots like he can. Just seen that ball there, 140 kilometres an hour, eased off the back foot between sort of point and backward point. Fielders just give it up, and it was a beautifully controlled shot. When you see that, you just wonder, is it talent gone to waste a little bit?
Well, it's going to be Topley now to bowl to Bravo, and Bravo this time is playing the ball defensively, just down to the backward point area. Jason Roy is there, no run for him. 4.1 overs, 13 for 2 on TalkSport 2. The Windies having a lot of work to do here. They need 159 more runs from 95 more balls. It's looking very much like England's game at this stage, but you know, you've got Pollard to come. Pooran is due a big innings. Anything is possible, but England are on top. That's Topley, no pun intended, bowls, and Bravo gets a good Yorker, digs it out to the backward point area, and he gets another run. 14 for 2.
Good pace by Reece Topley, bowling 140 kilometres an hour. On our screen in front is a pitch map of where the balls, a percentage of the balls that have gone in. 28% in the short area, 28% in the length area, and 28% in the slot area. And on this surface, that for me is what West Indies didn't get right. They didn't use the pitch half as much as they could have. Let England get away from them.
This one is pulled ferociously there by Nicholas Pooran. It was pitched up. I think Pooran was trying to pull it into the mid-wicket area, but he pulled it very controlled, and it went straight for 4. Only the second boundary of the innings, and the West Indies now move to 18 for 2 in over number 5.
Just got the bottom edge of the bat. He's looking to come and hit it into the leg side, and he's dragged it straight. He's nearly taken his partner out. Darren Bravo at the non-striker's end has had to duck. Bats come out of his hand, his bats ended up. And non-striker's end, his bats ended up on the pitch on the other side of the strip.
Topley in again and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran is pulling in the air. This is a chance for a catch here. Who wants it? Is Jordan going to go for it? No, it's going to be dropped. Dropped by, look to me like
Liam Dawson.
Yeah, Liam Dawson. It was in the air for a long time. Dawson got there. He called correctly, did all the hard work, and then it just slipped out of his grasp. A life for Nicholas Pooran.
A bit like the ball before, Pooran, he's got this one more in the middle of the bat, but his bat's just twisted in his hand. It's gone straight up in the air. Liam Dawson did all the hard work. He covered a lot of ground to get there. Ball went into the hand, went into both hands as it just bounced out as he was coming down onto the ground. He'd be disappointed he didn't take that.
So just 2 balls left in over number 5. Here comes Topley now to bowl to Pooran again, who's fanning at this delivery outside the land. The all stump missed and taken there by the keeper. Well, he's trying just about everything, Nicholas Pooran, to get his groove going, but he's just not been able to connect in that kind of way. The pitch, to me, is now favouring the seamers, and that's why we're seeing the success of Topley, the success of Mahmood, and they've really enjoyed bowling in this power play here for England. 1 ball left in the 5th over, 152 needed now from 91. The pressure continues to pile up on the Windies. This delivery is driven out to the short cover, still no run. The over ends, 5 gone. It's 20 for 2 here on the TalkSport 2, with the West Indies struggling, needing 152 more runs from 90 balls, as we rejoin Andrew McKenna and Gareth Batty.
It's a great spell. England starting this nicely. 20 for 2 then, West Indies. Pooran 8 not out from 14. Darren Bravo 7 not out from 6. 172 is the target. So England will be happy with the way things are going. And a bowling change. Chris Jordan coming into the attack now from the commentary box end. Really good start this, Gareth Batty.
Yeah, it certainly has. Both opening bowlers have held great lines, swung the ball, held their length as well, made it very difficult for the West Indian batters to get any sort of momentum. Pooran's faced 14 balls for his 8. Bravo 6 for 7, but Hope, I think, had a striker of about 30 when he was run out by Topley.
Chris Jordan then, right arm over to the left-handed Bravo, takes it on the thigh pad, it'll lob out on the leg side. Reece Topley will come around and gather as the leg bye is run. 21 for 2. Don't forget, of course, TalkSport 2, your home of the EFL, and it's live championship action tomorrow night as Blackburn host Middlesbrough. Dan Windle will bring you the build-up from 7 o'clock out of a 7:45 kickoff. Mark Wilson and Mickey Gray on commentary duty for that one. England posting a very impressive 171 for 8 in the daylight, now completely under the floodlights in Barbados. Chris Jordan again did a good job with bat in hand. He's now trying to follow it up with the ball outside of off stump. Pooran plays it into the covers, diving effort to the catch away to the left hand side, and Owen Morgan can't hang on. They'll take a single, but Chris Jordan almost immediately into the wicket column. Pooran gets a single. 22 for 2.
A great effort from the captain here. He's at very straight extra cover. Jordan probably misses his line a bit. It's quite wide, and Pooran throws his hands at it. A big expansive drive, full length. Captain Morgan gets a good hand on it, but just out of his grasp. I think we'd have to say it saved 3 runs rather than drop catch.
Absolutely. Jordan in once again over the wicket. Slower ball dug in. Darren Bravo helps it around the corner with no timing whatsoever, but they are able to scamper through for a single. 23 for 2.
Yeah, Jordan come into the attack. He's watched the two Mahmood, Topley start the innings with the ball for England. They've been pace on and looking to hit the pitch hard and swing the ball. Jordan, 3 balls, he's bowled 2 slower balls. Cutters into the surface.
You picked up early doors when the West Indies were bowling that we'd seen far more cutters in about 3 overs than we saw in all of the 20 overs last night. So Jordan goes in. That's a slower one again. Pushed into the offside by Pooran. Jordan, though, so quick on his feet, can get in and deny them the opportunity of a quick single. It remains 23 for 2. Jared.
It was 9% slow balls in the first game, and they bowled 33% or 31%, wasn't it, today? One thing I would say is the ball swung for about Sheldon Cottrell for about 3 or 4 deliveries. There's been a lot more swing for the England bowlers than we've seen for the West Indians. I think Cottrell swung it for a couple of balls, and maybe Jason Holder got a couple of very over-pitched balls to swing, but really hasn't swung the way that Topley had swung it.
Jordan, fifth ball of this over. Oh, swung it to the leg side by Pooran. He has got all of that one, and it comes back off the fascia of the Greenwich and Hames stand. And Nicholas Pooran hasn't played the most fluent of innings so far, but he got that one clean as a whistle. Weight on the back foot, and fast hands got through it, and that is up and over mid-wicket. 6 for Nicholas Pooran.
Oh, wow, if ever you needed a confidence booster, Pooran, what a shot. I'm not saying this is a slot ball from Jordan. I think this is just a decent length. He's seen it early. Long, languid swing and smacked it into deep, wide mid-wicket. Wow, what a strike. That's a 100-yard strike. That'll do wonders for his confidence. does Jordan have a retort? Is he going to come back hard with a slower ball, or is he going to be pace on?
29 for 2 as we approach the final ball of the 6 overs. Edged and just wide of Adil Rashid at short third man inside the single. It was high up on the bat. It goes away for 4, and at the end of the 6 over power play, the West Indies are 33 for 2, and that over's really got them motoring up. England, after 6 overs, by the way, were 40 for 2, but those 2 shots just given the West Indies a little bit of impetus, so they need 139 more to win, and there are 84 balls more in this game left here on TalkSport 2.
Just want to talk about that 6 for a moment. I don't know if you guys picked it up, but that was directly over Moeen Ali's head. So Pooran has basically not hit a ball anywhere near the middle of the bat. He's been dropped twice, and he's still willing to take on the deep fielder directly. I mean, that is his shot, don't get me wrong. But even so, that's a phenomenal effort to take on the fielder like that.
It was to the short boundary.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter whether it's short boundary or not. I think he's doing the same to the long end.
I was going to say, well, he cleared the boundary by about 40 metres, so it wouldn't have mattered, would it? But you're right. But it's just very, very interesting, the way that he looks at these things.
Well, Adil Rashid is going to come into the attack now. England so far have done okay with the ball. So far, Reece Topley 1 for 10. Saqib Mahmood 0 for 9 from 2. That was Chris Jordan's first over. So Adil Rashid, the 4th bowler, in he goes and starts with the almost obligatory googly, or one out the front of the hand, not the leg break anyway. Bravo pushes it back down the pitch and there's no run.
Yep, the captain has given him the longer boundary to the 2 left-handers now. So he can bowl all his variations. He can take the ball away from the bat, but he can also challenge the stumps and the pads, because he's got the added bonus of having the long boundary to the long side for the left-handed batters.
As we're outside the first power play, an extra man out. This one is hacked into the leg side by Bravo. There is very little timing on it, but because all of the fielders on the leg side are outside of the 30-metre circle in front of square, it bobbles its way down to long on, and will be a single. 34 for 2. Pooran's just taking guard. You can hear the scratch of his studs on the ground as he makes his mark. And Adil Rashid is on his way to Bolton. Over the wicket. Well, that's out the front of the hand quicker, and it's hammered past Owen Morgan at short cover. Can the sweeper get around? No, he can't. Even with Reece Topley's length of stride, he's not going to get anywhere near that one. Pooran flat bats that through the covers. It goes for 4, 38 for 2. 134 more runs are needed by the West Indies.
Yeah, just a fraction short and a fraction wide with Adil Rashid's googly. I think it's the first one he's bowled. I think the others have been more front of the hand, trying to get into his spell. Just a little bit of width.
Rashid in once. Oh, that's a half tracker. And it's actually so little on it by the time he gets to Pooran. He's hammered it to Jason Roy on the mid-wicket sweeper. So it's just a single. 4 balls gone from this over, but they're not really coming out quite how Adil Rashid would want at the moment, I don't think. 39 for 2. 2 singles, a 4 and a dot ball. Rashid so far. In he goes again. There's a bit more flight on that one. That's one-handed from Bravo. What a hit! It goes all the way for 6. Bottom hand came off the bat. Rashid gave it some flight. Bravo gave it more.
Yeah, Adil Rashid just going up over the eye line of Bravo. Bravo up to the challenge. He hits it flat, taking that hand off the bat, almost like a baseball strike, where your bottom hand comes off on contact and you just let it flow through. It gets it flat and hard over Chris Jordan's head. Oh wow, they're putting a bit of a marker down on Adil Rashid here. They're going after him, are the West Indian batters.
It's a bit like Mark Maguire. If you've ever watched baseball, if you've seen the 30 for 30 documentary about the home run race that he had with Sammy Sosa, it reminds me a bit of a left-handed Mark Maguire, the way he swung at that one.
Do you want the records of these 2 guys against the leg spin there? Very fun. Bravo's been dismissed by a leg spinner once in T20 cricket. He's got an average of 164 while scoring at just under 10 and over, 160 strike rate. Pooran, he only averages 127 against leg spin. and he's scoring at 193, almost 11.6, almost 2 runs a ball.
Game on then. 45 for 2. The West Indies. Adil Rashid goes in, and Bravo's hammering this off the back foot out to the cover sweep, but Reece Topley will field and get it back in. That's the end of the over. 7 gone. 46 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. West Indies need 126 from 78 balls.
I've got some really fun numbers. Wow.
What a life you have, Jared.
I would love to be working with you as an off spinner and come up and say, you're going to go up against these 2 blokes, this is what they do. Although, to be fair to you, you did have to bowl to Brian Lara. I don't think you needed the numbers for that particular case.
No, you just needed to have avoided that fixture.
Was that Ashley Giles' hamstring that got you that fixture, was it? Or back injury?
No, he fell off some kind of apparatus in the sea leading up to the game. We knew for weeks that it was going to be flat as your hat as well. It was a bit planned, I reckon.
Well, Harmy tells the story of going there and being on the outfield in training and gets talking to someone, because obviously Harmy was having an incredible series, and the groundsman said to him, well, you're not going to get any here, and Harmy was like, well, how do you know that? And he went, because I'm the groundsman. And it turns out it was Andy Roberts. Harmy didn't recognise Andy Roberts. Moeen Ali is coming into the attack.
This, you would say, if we're talking numbers, spinning away from the bat, is generally a modern trend now, that you try and get your off spinners onto the left-handed batters, particularly on a surface like this where the finger spinners can be direct and they're getting some purchase.
Here we go then. Moeen Ali around the wicket to Bravo, just propping forward, plays it out on the onside, and they will scramble a single. 47 for 2.
It must be frustrating for Moeen Ali in an England shirt, because he doesn't always get to bowl the overs that I truly believe he should get more opportunity. He's not a part-time bowler, he's a proper frontline bowler, a frontline off-spinner.
Well, this is the frustration for Mo, isn't it? This is why he's called time on the Test career, because he's so much better than he seems to be recognised for. Around the wicket he goes to Pooran. Pooran plays a forward defensive back to Mo, and there is no run.
Pooran averages 35 against off spin with a strike rate of 123, so he slows down like a lot against that. But Bravo scores at less than a run a ball against off spin.
Moeen Ali around the wicket. Back deep in the creases, Pooran going for square leg. He's not got all of that one. Caught on the boundary coming in. Pooran goes 24 from 22 deliveries, and England have their 3rd. And surprise, surprise, Reece Topley's had a hand in so many things this evening. He's out there, but it's Vince who takes the catch in the end. It doesn't matter either way. Pooran's gone. West Indies 47 for 3.
Yeah, Moeen Ali straight into the attack. It looks like sort of a square seamer that rushes onto Pooran, hits him high on the bat, on the splice, on the stickers of the blade, and it just lobs out to a diving James Vincent, straight mid-wicket. Great catch. Not sure it needed the dive, but it made it look a bit more spectacular. Very good. Moeen Ali into the action, does his job against the 2 left-handers, breaks this partnership. The West Indian captain strides out onto the pitch.
Now Kieran Pollard making his way out. This is 94th T20 international. Sorry, no, 95th. High score of 75 not out, 650s in this formal game. There's just a conversation about whether they actually crossed. So the batsmen just now go to the appropriate ends.
Now, if we are talking matchups, off spin to this big fella, I know Gerard loves his numbers and how exciting it is, and wow, we're going to have a great time when he reads it out, but I reckon there'll be spectacular reading.
Well, even with a bigger leg side and into the breeze, Kieran Pollard has undoubtedly the power to get it out there if he wants to take it on. So, of course, he doesn't have to bat in a helmet like the England players do, so he's out there in a cap. He's got a huge, great watch on his wrist as well, just adjusting all of his gloves.
I'm trying to work out what that watch is. I think it's a Hublot, which anybody who knows watches, if he gets whacked on that and breaks it, it's costing him a few quid.
Well, he's forward, playing this back down the pitch to the bowler Moeen Ali, no run.
I've talked to him about this before. and he used to wear them occasionally, like so that people could have a go at them. Yeah, I'm upwards of $15,000 to $25,000 on some of his watches. He was taking me through them.
Kieran Pollard takes this to the leg side, clipping Moeen Ali. They take one, they won't take a second. 48 for 3.
He's not the most flamboyant of the West Indians. Like, he doesn't have a record deal or Chris Gale's lifestyle, but he does like a watch. I think that is very safe to say. But I remember he did it in the Big Bash once. It was a bouncy wicket, and I was watching from the grandstand thinking, Billy Stanlake's bowling at him, mate. He's 6'11". I'm not sure that's the time to take the watch out.
Moeen Ali in. Bravo drops it into the offside. Push and run cricket. They'll take the single. Moeen Ali can't prevent it. 49 for 3 are the West Indies after 8. 123 more needed from 72 balls here on TalkSport 2. And just a reminder, of course, we have our dedicated cricket show each week on TalkSport 2. It's called The Cricket Collective. It's with you every Tuesday. Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison take you through all of the biggest stories, and you can also get that show as a podcast. You simply need to follow the Following On feed. Obviously, this week's show will be a review of all the cricket news, including the first 2 games of this series, and of course a look ahead to the 3rd game on Wednesday as well. We're back with you 7:30 Wednesday evening, ready for an 8 o'clock first ball. Will it be 2-0 West Indies or 1-1 at the end of this evening? Well, at the moment, England will be feeling pretty good about themselves as Adil Rashid starts the 9th over. Outside of off-stump, Bravo. Weight on the back foot, hammers it out to Reece Topley on the cover sweeper. And it's just a single, and the 50 is up for the West Indies. First ball of the 9th. They are 50 for 3. And that is 1 ball difference to England. 8 overs and 2 balls for England when they were 51 for 2. 8 overs and 1 ball for the West Indies. 50 for 3.
It's a good comparison, but it's just something sat watching. You just don't feel like the West Indies are quite in the same control that England were at this time. The numbers say there's nothing in it. Just feels like England have got a bit more of a foothold, whether it is that they've got runs on the board so it makes it harder chasing sometimes. Modern day players would actually say that's better. They want that, they want to know what they're chasing, but you just feel like there's something a bit more in England's favour right now.
England have stuck the slip into Pollard. He's taking guard against Adil Rashid. I just heard that clumping noise. That was Kieran Pollard using the bail to mark his guard on the pitch. Rashid goes in, bowls him a leg break. Pollard tries to turn it on the onside, doesn't get enough on it, and there's no run.
Very old school, that, isn't it? I think it was Shiv Chandapal that started that back in the day.
Well, no, he's so strong, he almost couldn't get the bail back out of the ground then.
I'm pretty sure Alan Knott used to do it, but it's a big thing in Guyana and Trinidad. So you always see the players from those countries quite often still do it. But I'm pretty sure Alan Knott did it back in the day as well. So some England players have done it before.
In fairness, if there was anything quirky, Knotty, generally speaking, was one of the ones to do it. Rashid in. Bigger LBW appeal against Pollard. I think there might be an inside edge there, which is why they're not going full bore at it, although Adil Rashid wants it, and they are indeed going to review. Well, to get Kieran Pollard at this stage would be a real big one for England. Pollard doesn't look unduly worried, but then again, does he ever look unduly worried about anything? Gareth Batty, you're reading in real time.
The flip side is, though, Captain Morgan and Rashid look super confident that this is out, this is going to be overturned.
Well, he's aimed a big hit towards the leg side, and on the first replay we're seeing, I don't think there's any bat involved in that. It misses the front pad and hits the back pad in front of middle and off. So it's all going to be about how much spin there is. We're going straight onto ball tracking. Pitch is in line. Impact is in line. Wicket's hitting. Pollard is gone. Clatters into off stump, and Pollard has gone for a single from 4 deliveries, and the West Indies are 50 for 4. 122 more runs are needed. 69 balls, but a man who can score big runs at a big rate is dismissed, Gareth Batty.
Yeah, how often do we see it with Adil Rashid? He's come on. It's a bit more of a front of the hand leg spinner. So what that means is it travels a little bit more direct at the batter. It doesn't go up and down quite as much. Pollard not reading that, I don't think. He's looking to play across the line, looking to be expansive in that open straight mid-wicket area. Misses it by a good inch or so and smacks him on the back leg. Wonderful piece of bowling from Rashid, making him play across the line and getting his due rewards with an LBW. Massive wicket for England.
Jason Holder is the new man. And he's going to come out and take guard.
Yes, Russia.
And England are building pressure.
We did see Holder in the last fixtures of IPL play a few real trump hands with the bat. Came in these sort of situations and got good, valuable runs. Big, tall man, hits the ball a very long way.
His highest score in T20 internationals is only 29 not out. First ball he clips to long on and takes a single. Jason Roy will do the fielding. 51 for 4. So yeah, 225 runs at 17.5. High score of 29 coming into the series. Jason Holder. So what are England going to do for Bravo here? Long off his back. That's Jason Roy as Rashid goes in. Oh, that's really gripped and turned. And Adil Rashid, as it takes him on the pad, is appealing for LBW. He's not going to get that one given. But blimey, Gareth Batty, that'll plant a seed in the mind.
Yeah, I wonder if it just clipped a little bit of the right arm over bowler's foot marks. That's ripped, and ripped big into the top hat, the pad of Bravo.
Adil Rashid pursed his lips after that one, and I'm not surprised as well. Front of the hand this occasion. Bravo clipping onto the leg side. Will be a single out there to Tom Banton. 9 overs bowled, 52 for 4. The West Indies, the last over conceding just 3 runs, and it means that the West Indies need 120 more with 66 balls to get them in.
Yeah, it was in and around this period that England had Jason Roy in set, not particularly taking massive effect on the opposition, but just getting himself into a position where he was going to just accelerate, and it was Fabian Allen, the unlucky culprit, that he took down for 24 in the over. Just don't see the West Indians with that sort of set batter who can actually have that one over that turns this innings.
Moeen Ali to Bravo around the wicket. Bravo is off the back foot, punching out to Banton, the cover sweeper, and they will take a single. Field swaps over. Left-hander and right-hander in, of course. Reminder, if you're listening on the smart speaker or DAB, always download the app as well. You can go between TalkSport and TalkSport 2 if you're heading out and about, just by swiping left or right. Always handy. Moeen Ali will bowl over the wicket to Jason Holder, and he turns it to Owen Morgan, and there's no run.
Just to talk about the ICC rankings for the best bowlers, they've just chucked it up on the screen here, and there's something quite notable about it.
Moeen Ali goes in, Jason Holder reaching for it as he comes forward, inside edge of the bat, finds Owen Morgan, no run.
The
Thought he looked excited.
The actual ratings are nonsense, but 5 of the first bowlers are leg spinners or wrist spinners. Shamsi's number 1, of course. And you got Shamsi, Zampa, Adil Rashid, Rashid Khan. I'm missing another one.
Moeen Ali goes in. Hasaranga.
Hasaranga
who was
number one,
number
isn't
one
he?
on the list.
He's gone back to number 1. Yeah, he's gone above Shamsi during the World Cup. And then I think Shadab Khan is
7th, I think.
No, 7th.
He was in there,
yeah.
wasn't he? Yeah.
And Mujib, also out of Afghanistan, who's a mystery spinner, but does bowl a little bit of wrist spin as well. Does tell you how much it does well in this.
Moeen Ali goes in. Jason Holder on the reverse, hits him outside the line. I would suggest they're going to go through and take a leg by. 54 for 4. 1 ball left of the first half of this innings.
Brilliant Mo, brilliant Mo.
hit him on the back leg. It would have been interesting to see where it would have gone on to, but he was outside the line of off stump when it actually hit. 118 needed, 61 balls left as Moeen Ali goes in. Bravo pushes out on the offside. Adil Rashid will do the fielding and simply hang on to the ball, because that is the end of the over. It's the halfway mark. After 10 overs, the West Indies are 55 for 4. England, I'll give you that comparison, 64 for 2. So that is halfway through. Steve Harmison and Barry Wilkinson will take you through the next 5 over block here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, well, look, the runs is not that big a deal. They were 9 short where England were, but they've lost 4 wickets and 4 top flight batsmen. I think that's what will have the West Indies just a little bit worried at this halfway stage. They need 117 from 60, and the big man Kieran Pollard is gone. If anyone could have turned this game around, changed momentum, it is him. But you still have Odean Smith. I know a lot of people, Harmy, have not seen a lot of Odean Smith. But if there's any bigger hitter for 6 than Kieran Pollard in this team, it's from that big Jamaican Odean Smith.
Yeah, he comes with a big reputation, but I always look at this game, Barry, and think it's a little bit of a confidence game. If you're an all-rounder and you bat well, 9 times out of 10 when it comes to the bowling discipline, you hit your lengths, you hit your straps and you bowl well. Or if you bowl well, you come in latter part of the innings, you start hitting the ball nicely out of the middle of the bat. Odean Smith wasn't used in the first half from a bowling point of view, so he questioned himself in the infancy of his career. You know, where he stands, does his captain really rate him? What's his position in the team? And to walk out to bat now, if he was to walk out to bat, just for instance, it's 70 for 6. And needing a decent run rate in 12, 14 and over. All of a sudden, it's not the same playing domestic, franchise cricket, international cricket against the likes of Adil Rashid, Moeen Ali. It's a whole different ball game. So let's see what happens. If Odean Smith does get the call and does have to go, but at this minute in time, Darren Bravo's playing nicely. 23 from 19 balls. Holder struggled a little bit against Moeen Ali, but he's still there. And we know, TalkSport 2 listeners know exactly what Jason Holder can do on this ground, because he got a double 100 here in a test match. Unfortunately, we're not playing test match cricket. This is T20 and England have got runs on the board.
So it's going to be Adil Rashid to continue after that little water break. And he'll be bowling to Bravo, like you said, has got 23. He's trying to lead the charge. We've had Puran, who's made 24. Bravo's on 23. And Jason Holder just 1. So Adil Rashid from the Joe Garner end with his leg spin. He was so sure about that wicket with Pollard. He comes in and bowls to Bravo. This wrap to the pad is allowed appeal for LBW. Rashid is still appealing. Are they going to go upstairs again? In the end, the ball goes into the onside and they take 1. And they are going to go upstairs for another LBW shout. And Rashid seemed just as confident about that one as he did with Pollard.
I actually think he was more confident of that one than he was with Pollard. It's just, as it pitched in line? Has he managed to get it to pitch in line? Umpire, I can't believe the umpire didn't give it on field out against Pollard. Has it pitched in line? That's the question for me.
I think it has. If anything, it might be just going down leg, but I can see Bravo's leg stump. So the ball tracking is going to be interesting. It might just be missing. Was bat involved? No bat involved. It's flush pad. Let's see if it's going to be missing leg stump. I reckon it might just be. Here it is. The ball pitched in line. Impact in line. Hitting! That's another wicket. That's another wicket for Adil Rashid. Bravo is a goner. Another good call there from the wily leg spinner Adil Rashid. And again, the umpire has to change his mind. England have gotten another one. The Windies in tatters at 55 for 5.
Well, the camera angle that I had, I wasn't sure about whether it was in line or not. That was well in line. That's pitch middling off stump. Come back nicely. Again, I look at that and think, what was the umpire thinking of? How was he not giving that on field? When you see that again on DRS, on ball tracking, Sam Billings went a little bit towards leg stump, but not much. One person who was totally convinced was Adil Rashid. Not somebody that gets animated, not somebody that gets excited, but he was totally convinced that not only did that pitch in line, that was going to cannon into middle and leg stump, as it happened, a cannon into leg stump. The West Indies in all sorts of problems here at 55 for 5. 10.1 overs into this second half. Needing just short of 12 runs and over. 117 off 59 balls.
It's going to be real hard for the West Indies now. Shepherd has come to the crease. He hits a pretty good ball as well. Let's wait to see what he has to offer. So, here comes Rashid now and bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd is beaten by a beautiful delivery. So too is the keeper. And Moeen Ali at first slip is going to go down to the boundary. They should get a couple of byes here, I reckon. Let's wait to see if there was any bat on that. Was that a catch? No, it was not. Byes.
Yeah, byes. That's spun. Been talking with Bishop at the TV about the value of leg spin, the value of having leg spin bowler in your side. Top 5, I think it's 7 out of the top 10 ranked bowlers or wrist spinners.
Rashid in again and bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd is on the back foot, punches this one, but straight to the cover area and there's no run.
And the ability to have a bowler in your armoury for a captain that turns the ball both ways, and we've seen that there. Adil Rashid, he likes to bowl the googly. That was the leg spinner, just spun past the outside edge.
Rashid again bowls to Shepherd. This time he's fanning outside the line. The all stump misses, taken there by the keeper, and luckily for him he didn't get an edge on that.
Bowling it slower, Barry. He's bowling it slower. We've seen Adil Rashid so far in this innings not want to give the batsman any width, he's been skidding it, bowling a lot of googlies.
And there's a googly again. Good call. Coming off the pad, going into slip.
I don't think Shepherd knows what day it is at the minute. I'm not sure. He might have to check his calendar to find out what day it is at the minute. He definitely doesn't know the difference between a googly and a leg spinner, because he's played all down the wrong line to 3 in a row now.
Will he bowl another googly? Comes in the ball to Shepherd. Shepherd gets the ball just on the line of the all stump, defends it back to Rashid to end the over, where the Windies are in trouble. 57 for 5 after 11 on TalkSport 2.
See another replay of Shepherd there. Big eyes wide open, watching Adil Rashid bowl his leg spinner that turned, missed the outside edge. Get his googly, that missed his inside edge. I think the bat that he's walked out with has got Universe Boss on. I think he's actually got a bat connection to Chris Gill. I think he's going to need a Chris Gill-esque innings if the West Indies are going to have any chance of getting back into this T20 international. But a fantastic over there by Adil Rashid. He's now got 2 for 16 off his 3 overs, and bowling beautifully in tandem with Moeen Ali.
So Ali to continue and bowls to Holder. Holder's driving back to Moeen Ali. He's out, caught and bowled. As simple as that. I thought it might have been a bump ball. Holder's walking off in shock. Moeen Ali has got another wicket. And the Windies now, like England yesterday, in tatters on 57 for 6.
Absolute tatters. A little bit like Tom Banton, Fabian Allen in the first innings. Batsman comes down the wicket, gets a good piece of it, hits it straight back at Moeen Ali. I'm not sure what Moeen Ali was more surprised at most. The ball nestling into his hands, and he caught it. Very, very big surprise on his face when he actually did manage to hold on to it. The writing's on the wall for the West Indies now. Former West Indies captain will feel a little bit unlucky there because he got a good piece of it. One of them caught bowls, it just sticks in your hand, and a good catch by Moeen Ali.
Well, I did say that if England were ever to come out all guns blazing, it was always going to be trouble for the West Indies. Yesterday they didn't come out all guns blazing. The West Indies had a sniff and they certainly took advantage. Today you just can't stop England. They've done just about everything right.
Yeah, it was as if there was could have been a little bit of complacency yesterday. You could say acclimatisation, getting some miles in their legs. There's been a lot of buzzword, the preparation when it comes to England over the course of the winter, especially in Australia. But 24 hours on from yesterday, England look back to where they normally are, which is a very, very well-oiled machine.
Smith swings and swings it hard. That's 6, number 1, Odin Smith. You just gotta love him. It was tossed up there from Moeen Ali. He didn't even want to get his eye in. He swung it over long on, and that's a 6 for the big man Odin Smith.
Well, if I'm not going to make an impact with the ball, I'm definitely going to make an impact with the bat. Longest part of the field, and that was well over the boundary, into the wind. Fantastic shot there by Odin Smith. Moeen Ali probably knew it was coming, just tossed it up that little bit more, said to the West Indian batsman, you know what, 57 for 6, have you got it in you to hit the first ball if I give you a little bit of air? And the answer was the affirmative, and he's belted it straight out the ground. Ball's been sanitised, back in Moeen Ali's hands, and is Moeen Ali going to throw it up again?
I don't know, let's see. Here he comes in now, Ali, and bowls to Smith, and Smith is hitting this one along the carpet this time, out to the same position in the long on for a single. But I told you, Harmy, if there's anyone that can hit a 6 like Kieran Pollard, as far as Kieran Pollard in this team, it's Odin Smith.
Well, it wasn't that I didn't believe you, I just didn't think he'd do it first ball. Especially against the bowler of Moeen Ali's experience and calibre. And then Moeen Ali's just thrown up that little bit more, and he's banged it along the floor.
Shepherd can hit it pretty hard too. As Ali bowls, the Shepherd is pulling this one down to the backward square region. I'll tell you about Romario Shepherd. In a game against New Zealand A team, the West Indies were 57 for 7 against the West Indies A team. Shepherd came in, this is 2 years ago in 2020. Shepherd came in at number 7 and made 123 from 60 balls. Even though they lost, it was quite an effort. As this one is struck high, hard, and handsome. Smith on the go again, and he's out caught actually on the boundary, just inside of the boundary. It was struck really high, not hard enough eventually, as Smith holds out. England take another wicket. That one was really, really high. It took a mile to come down. It wasn't that handsome in the end because he was out caught, and the Windies now go down to 65 for 7.
It's the beauty about the experience of Moeen Ali. Talked about it earlier. Odin Smith can hit a big ball, likes to play the big shot. Good record in franchise and domestic cricket of being able to clear the boundary. This is a different game altogether against Moeen Ali. Adil Rashid. Moeen Ali gets hit for 6. 2 balls ago. This time he just holds it back a touch. And Odin Smith's got to fetch it. And all he's done is fetched it straight up in the air. Ball was in the air a long time. Excellent catch by James Vince. 65 for 7. A non-contest, a little bit like 24 hours ago. England were non-contest 24 hours ago. West Indies a non-contest in this game. The question mark is now, Barry, is can the West Indies come back in the next game as well as England have done in this game?
This delivery is just on the line of the off stump, and the new batsman is Fabian Allen. Windies at the non-striker's end. 12 overs have gone. The Windies in tatters, 65 for 7. They need 107 more from 48. England just need 3 wickets on TalkSport 2.
And England lose badly, Barry, in the last game, but they have this ability to England to put disappointing matches like this to one side, not really affect them too much, and bounce straight back like they have done 24 hours later tonight. And where will the West Indies mindset be? Because there was a lot of talk of the vulnerability of this side going into this series. They got off to a fantastic start in the series, and now it was talked about before the game. Would it be a good thing to keep the series alive? If the West Indies was to win this one, then England have to come out again and win the last 3. What if England win this? Would the West Indies have anything in them to come back from a crushing defeat, what they're going to experience here?
Yeah, you're right. You call it really right. Dawson is going to be the new bowler. left arm spinner as he comes in out and bowls to Allen, and Allen is playing the ball defensively in the onside. There is no run there for him. 107 from 47, required rate of 13.66. England at this stage were 101 for 2. They were cruising at that stage. So Dawson again with his left arm spin, bowling to Allen, and Allen is pulling, not timing it, gets the ball down to the short fine leg. Just one run there for him, but he's off the mark. Then he's moved to 66 for 7. I was just downstairs before the 10th over, and you can always tell when, I mean, there are more England fans here than there are West Indians, but I kept hearing a lot of raucous noise, and I should have known that that meant wickets were falling. I thought there were 4s and 6s, but then I remembered no, the England fans wouldn't want that, as this one is swung in the air out to the mid-wicket boundary, over mid-wicket, is gone for 6. So Romario Shepherd decided to throw caution to the wind and swings a big 6, just releasing the pressure a little bit. Dawson perhaps guilty of over-pitching. That wasn't a bad delivery, he just picked it up well.
No, he dragged it down just a touch, just dragged it down into the surface. He's given himself some room deep in the crease, helped it on its way.
This one is outside the line of the off stump, cut square, no run there for him, very well fielded, good fielding there by the captain Owen Morgan. 72 for 7.
Yeah, just a little bit of a drag down by Dawson. It was a great shot, well executed, just into where the players are, the substitutes are, where the dugouts are. Short boundary, but even still it was a good hit.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This time he's going for a big swing and a miss, taken there by the keeper. He's just been informed by our statistician Gary Morgan that this is Moeen Ali's best bowling in T20s for England. His previous best was 2 for 15 versus Sri Lanka at Sharjah, and that was in November last year. He's now got 3 for 13 and he still has 1 over left. As Dawson comes in and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd is hitting this high, hard, in the air, and where's it gone? It's gone over long on for another big 6. Wow, that was a big one.
That was a big one. The ball was just about to say the ball before. He's trying to hit this far too hard and he's going to the short boundary. He doesn't have to hit it. Try and hit it that hard and he'll clear the boundary like he did the ball before. Well, this time he actually has tried to hit it too hard and connected with it, and it's gone way over the Sir Garfield Sobers pavilion. I think we might need a new ball here, because that might have hit the Garfield Sobers statue, which is on the outside of the ground, other side of the nets. That was a huge hit by Shepherd. The ball, the 6 before was a drag down by Liam Dawson. That wasn't. A little flatter, a little bit more pace on it, flatter trajectory. Full use of the leverage that Shepherd has. That's actually bounced on top of the Garfield Sobers pavilion. That's a big hit.
Yeah, I lost it in the air, as a matter of fact. But you always know when it's gone for a huge 6, because the fielders don't become interested at all. And the long on fielder, the mid-wicket fielder on the boundary, they were just like looking and no one was going. So you knew that it was lost in the lights and gone for a big 6. So Shepherd has struck 2 glorious 6s. He's 13 from 11. Allen is 1 from 2. 13 overs gone, and the Windies are 78 for 7. Not impossible, but highly improbable that they could win this. The right excellent Sir Gary Sobers is here watching this match. He doesn't look impressed at all on the television screen. Here comes Moeen Ali now and bowls to Allen, and Allen is looking to turn the ball on the onside, gets it down to the backwards square leg region. They'll get 1 and they're going to come back quite comfortably for the second, as the total now goes to 80 for 7 in over number 14.
Yeah, he might not be happy, Sir Garfield, about the situation of the West Indies find themselves in, but he'd have been very happy about the 2 6s that Shepherd hit in the last over, because they were big hits.
Here he comes in and bowls to Allen. Allen is on the front foot, playing batting pad, no run. Allen can also hit some lusty blows. He's certainly not shy. Picked up in the IPL for the last 3 seasons, so he's very much accustomed to playing the big franchise league cricket. As Moeen Ali now comes in again and bowls to Allen, and Allen is on the front foot again, just turns the ball into the onside and balloons to a forward square position, and he'll just get 1 run. As the total now goes to 81 for 7. The Windies needed 92 more from 39 balls.
It's been beautiful from Moeen Ali. He really has bowled lovely. Nice rhythm, lovely action, release point. feel it just looks as though he's in beautiful rhythm. His batsman coming at him.
This one is spooned in the air. Is it going to carry? No, it doesn't carry. It's gone into no man's land. And luckily for Shepherd, no chance of a catch. Just a single. Shepherd, of course, from Berbice in Guyana. Same place that Shimron Hetmeyer is from. They actually played a lot of cricket together. LG Shimron, if you're listening on the app, TalkSport 2. Here comes Ali and bowls, and this one is swung! High, hard and handsome! That's gone over mid-wicket for 6.
For the biggest part of the boundary. You've just talked him up, Barry. You've said Fabian Allen can hit a big ball. Well, that is a big ball. That is the biggest part of the boundary. He's gone with the spin. Moeen Ali just thrown it up again, above the eye line. Jason Roy sprinting round to his right. No chance in the deep. He's managed to bounce off the concrete, not once, but twice, into the party area. And the ball will be thrown back, sanitised, given back to Moeen Ali. And no doubt Fabian Allen will be looking to put it straight back where it's just come from, because West Indies are going to need a few more lusty blows like that if they want to have any chance in this contest.
You didn't play, Harmy, in the era of COVID-19, but when you sanitize a ball, how soggy does that really make it?
I think it would make it a little bit slippy. I'm not sure it's got too much of an effect to make it soft as in what the rain would give it.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Allen. This time Allen is playing the ball along the ground out to mid-wicket. They get 1 and that's all there'll be. Jason Roy is there. He throws it into the keeper and just a single. 14 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. It's the West Indies 89 for 7, Shepherd 14, Allen 11. They need now 83 more runs for 36 balls. Steve Harmison, do you think this game is done and dusted, or is there life yet?
I think the game's done and dusted as a contest. I think England have won the game. I just think it's a one-wicket partnership. England knocked this over and 2 bowlers to come. I don't think the England side will be too worried about the odd ball going out the ground like it has done in the last couple of overs. They'd like to break this partnership, but we're looking at 13.8 runs off the last 6 overs, 3 wickets in hand. If the West Indies got over the line from here, I think Allen or Shepherd might be getting man of the match, Barry.
Hey, you're right. You definitely got that right. So it's going to be Adil Rashid back to bowl his last over. This one is just outside the line of the off stump. There was Allen looking to swing across the line of the ball, but you're always going to lose out if you're going to swing across the line of a leg spinner, especially if it's spinning that big.
And that's the beauty of having, as a captain, having a leg spinner in your team. 7 of the top 10 World T20 rankings are wrist spinners.
This time he gets it off of the outside edge, down to the short third man for what I think is going to be a single. Did that come off the bat? It's actually a bye.
Yeah, bye. I think it's 2 leg spinners now. Adil Rashid's bowled. Has Shepherd been watching at the non-striker's end, and not only about the turn, but the which way Adil Rashid's trying to turn it.
Here he comes in now and bowls, and Shepherd is swinging in the air, out to log off, over log off. That's gone for Biggie. Another 6 from Romario Shepherd. The big batter from Berbice is certainly belted it.
Well, if the one over the Sir Garfield Sobers pavilion was big, that was massive. That's gone over the top of the Joel Garner. That's gone into the Joel Garner stand, and it's gone 3 tiers up. That is massive. Now that's a long, long way. That's got to be 100 metres. Got to be 100 metres. You've got to look. When you look at in Bridgetown, Barbados, you've got the stand, the big stand, the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand. You've got 3 tiers to it, and that's comfortably gone into the top tier.
Here he comes, Rashid again, and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd this time is swinging it out to mid-wicket along the ground, though. It was struck so hard and so fast that he almost could not take a single, because he hit it quickly to the fielder and he was able to run home for a single there. But I think they want to see more Shepherd. 75 now from 32, and Shepherd has gone to 21. It's 97 for 7. Howard Rashid bowl now to Allen. He comes in now and bowls to Allen. And Allen this time is edging out to short third man for an easy single. Moeen Ali is there. Perhaps that was purpose work just to give Shepherd more of the strike. 98 now for 7.
Big ball here. It's a huge ball here for Shepherd. Rashida's ball. He's got 2 for 24, 3.5. Does he try and go for the big 6, or does he just try and get a single and see Rashid off?
Here he comes in now and bowls to Rashid. Rashid comes in and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is punching the ball off the back foot. There's no run for him to end the over. 15 gone here on TalkSport 2. It's West Indies 98 for 7, needing 172 runs to win. That's 74 more from 30, as we let you hear the voice now of Andrew McKenna and Gareth Batty.
Thank you, boys. Really great spell of bowling that from Adil Rashid. 2 for 24 from 4 overs. And Gareth Batty, there was some proper flight, turn and bounce there. It was almost test match bowling in a sense, wasn't it?
Well, I wish it had have been test match bowling. I'd love to see him in England's test team. But anyway, his first over went for 12. Let's not forget that. So he's bowled 2 overs, 3 overs for 12, and got the 2 wickets. He's bowled beautifully. Got the main man out, got the West Indies captain Pollard out. He really has showed his full repertoire. Front of the hand, side of the hand, googlies, top spinners. He's bowled beautifully. And him and Moeen Ali, often big friends off the field. When they get going together, generally England find themselves in a pretty good position.
Well, it's 74 needed from 30 for the West Indies, with only 3 wickets standing. Allen is going to be on strike to Chris Jordan to start the 16th. England looking to go 1-1 in this series here on TalkSport 2. Chris Jordan will run away from the broadcast end. Right arm over the wicket. Allen across his stumps, flicks it into the leg side, and he's caught. Deep square leg. Tom Banton stationed out there, takes it easy as you like. And if there was any outside chance of the West Indies getting up on this one, it may have just disappeared with that 8th wicket as Allen goes, caught deep backward square leg, and the West Indies 98 for 8.
Yeah, a smart piece of bowling from Chris Jordan. Set his field, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, pace off ball, bowls it into the pitch stays slow from back of a length, and Fabian Allen just gets dragged into helping it around the corner, exactly where Chris Jordan had placed his deep square leg, straight in. Easy catch for Banton. Fine piece of bowling from Jordan. Just before that wicket, there was a bit of you had to tell yourself in the brain that they can't do this, but with those two at the crease, Allen and Shepherd, their striking ability was through the roof. So a massive first wicket there for Chris Jordan. 1 for 13 off 1 so far.
Well, Akeal Hussain is the man who comes in. His best score in this form of the game is 6 not out. He's only scored 12 runs. So it's going to be down to Shepherd. He's got 21 from 15. Swing and a miss from this one to Chris Jordan. It was a slower ball that was dug in, and Sam Billings hasn't taken it cleanly, and they've got through for a bye. So it's 99 for 8, 74 needed from 29.
Oh, keeper's nightmare this. Chris Jordan is sort of a split finger ball, so there's no real momentum behind it. Balls it back of a length, almost a bouncer that never comes out of the pitch. Bounces 2-3 times to Billings. Starts to spin on the second and third bounce and maybe jump up and hit him in the face. Went through his legs. They get through for a single. Horrible for a keeper.
Akeal Hussain is trying to take guard. He's doing it very, very precisely, and he, as Kyron Pollard did earlier, now taps the bail into the ground.
Is there not a bit of you, just the real naughty side of you, desperate for him to snap the bail in the wicket there as he marks it?
It's Chris Jordan coming in, 99 for 8. Oh, it's a slower ball that barely gets above shin height. It's going to be tipped into the leg side by Hussain. They will come back for a couple, and the West Indian 100 is up. They are 101 for 8. And that is 3 balls into the 16th over here on TalkSport 2.
Akeal Hussain is another Trinidadian, I think, isn't he, Macca? So again, that follows my theory that those are the guys who do it. But I do have a feeling that the Indians, and I think this was at the Oval when the Indians had their big win over England, when Alan Knott came out to bat, they'd hidden the bails, which was their way of doing that. But I always thought it's like, like if I'm a batter, it's almost bad luck to play with the stumps before I face up. Not sure I would want to do it at all. So I find it such an interesting choice of that's the way that you mark your guard. I think it might have something to do with they don't have spikes as much, some of those batters from those regions.
Chris Jordan to Hussain. He's in behind this one. Plays it out to Adil Rashid at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 71 needed from 26.
They should be given chalk like you get on the synthetic wickets when you play junior cricket.
Or just have your own bail in your pocket and you just pull out your own bail.
I mean, we put all these lines on the pitch anyway. Why not just put the 3 stumps from popping crease right back to the stumps?
Well, do you know what? That is the most obvious thing. It does beg the question why we don't.
They do.
They do a bit, don't they? Chris Jordan is in, Akil Hussain on the back foot, beats Moeen Ali at short cover, and they'll take a single, 102 for 8.
They do it on some synthetic wickets, so I've seen it happen before. So you're right, it doesn't really make any sense not to do it.
Yeah, no offence, these lads aren't going to be playing on synthetic wickets, are they?
No, but my point is that it is done in some levels of cricket. So it should, if it can be done for Footscray thirds, it can be done for this.
Because the guys who want the lines scratch them on anyway. Jonathan Trott used to put the biggest line down off stump you've ever seen. It's probably damaging the pitch more than if you just painted it on, maybe, I don't know.
You can tell England are pretty comfortable at the moment when we're talking about painting lines. Go back 24 hours, we weren't quite so jolly. Looks like it's going to be 1-1 after 2 games, because the West Indies need 70 from 25 balls with only 2 wickets standing. Shepherd is across the crease, taken on the pad. That's going down the leg side anyway. Saqib Mahmood at short fine leg will retrieve. A leg by has been taken. It's 103 for 8. 69 more are needed from 24 balls here on TalkSport 2, because that is 16 overs in the book.
Macca, you and I covered some of the Island West Indies games. Romario Shepherd might be the sweatiest man he's the anti-Alistair Cook. I don't know if you saw that as he leant forward just to tap the bat, just dripping off him. In the last game, I think in the Island game, I was talking about, it must be really hot there. And then I realised it was just him. He's just an incredibly sweaty man.
Well, it'd be good in COVID conditions, wouldn't he, when you're not allowed to put saliva on the ball. At least he's got plenty of sweat to put on it. Saqib Mahmood is going to come back into the attack. 0 for 9 so far from his 2 overs. He's going to bowl to numbers, well, in theory, 17 and 19, but he'll be hoping that he won't need to get to number 19, because there's only 2 wickets to take. And England will be able to wrap this up and get back to the hotel. Mahmood is on his way in, right arm over, swing and a miss from Shepherd, and he's aimed a big old cut at that one. Big old swish, trying to go up and over the offside, and doesn't get near, and it's through to Billings. No run.
Nicely bowled from Mahmood. He'll be feeling the pressure here. He won't just be thinking this is a free couple of overs. He's wanting a place on the plane at the end of this year, October, November. There's a big tournament around the corner. He'll be wanting to impress. This is his moment. Started nicely, got it just inside the wide line there. He won't want to give any freebies to Shepherd, and we know he's dangerous. He has a strike in him.
In he goes again. That is a hack into the onside by Shepherd. It's out to long on, and they're turning runs down. Quite clearly, Shepherd is the more proficient of the 2 batsmen, and he has said, with 22 balls remaining, I need to face the majority of them if we're to get close to these 69 runs. I'm never entirely sure about turning runs down at this sort of stage, Gareth, but that's the process and the plan they've taken.
I suppose if you think about it purely mathematics, you've got to get the guy that's going to hit more boundaries on strike more often. So I suppose it's a pretty basic mathematical equation.
Well, again, he's swinging hard at this one with no real timing. He gets it to long on and takes the single on this occasion. So Shepherd goes to 22, 104 for 8, 68 needed from 21.
That's the bit I don't get. If you turn the previous ball down, why are you turning that ball down? I don't understand that in any way, shape or form. But who am I to comment on that, I suppose?
Yeah, well, maybe the bench have just sort of given him a gesture or a hand signal on the previous one, going, no, come on, if they're there to be taken, take them. Right, so Akil Hussain is on strike, and England are adjusting the field for the left-hander. There's a deep point on the boundary. Fine leg drops down. You can hear just about Owen Morgan through the stump microphones, directing traffic, getting everyone exactly where he wants them. Mahmood is on his way in from the 3W stand end. Akil Hussain is backing away to the leg side and has got this wide of third man on the edge of the 30-metre circle, and Akil Hussain has guided it beautifully through. It's away for 4. He goes to 7, 108 for 8.
Oh, smart batting from Hussain. He's obviously, you look at his stature, you're saying he's not a man that might be biffing it back straight down the ground over your head, so he wants to use a bit of pace. Mahmood's gone pace on, he's backed away and sliced it through sort of backward point. Third man is up in the circle. All he's got to do is beat him. Smart batting.
64 needed from 20 is the required margin. Hussain stands where it threatens to go leg side, comes back, then does go leg side and chips it straight back over the bowler's head. Doesn't get it completely, so Chris Jordan can get round at long on, but they will come back for a couple. That was a bit like Goffey on Strictly for a minute. It was left foot in, left foot out, and then got back into line and clipped it back over the bowler's head for a couple. 110 for 8. 62 needed from 19.
Yeah, looks an interesting customer. Hussain, he's just made it difficult for Mahmood. He's making him think, making him change his field. What sort of a ball is he going to bowl? Is he going to go slower ball? Generally with guys who are not of massive stature, you might want to go a bit of pace off. Don't give them the pace to work with.
Sakib Mahmood will come around the wicket, up on his toes, jumping in behind this is Hussain. Drops it to short third man, and they will take a single. End of 17 overs. West Indies 111 for 8, so 61 are needed from the 18 balls remaining here on TalkSport 2. And just a reminder, of course, TalkSport 2, the home of the EFL, and tomorrow evening it is championship action coming your way. Blackburn hosting Middlesbrough. Mark Wilson and Mickey Gray on commentary duty. Dan Windle will have all the details in the build-up, which will start at 7 o'clock. We're back with you on Wednesday evening for game number 3 of this 5-match series, and Saturday, Sunday for the last 2 games. All of the matches in this series, 8 p.m. UK time starts. We'll be with you from just before 7:30 as the coin goes up, but it looks like we're going to be 1-1 after today, and a nicely set up series.
Certainly is. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be 1-1. Mathematically, I think the West Indies can still do it, but feels like the game is done at this point from an England point of view.
Well, Chris Jordan will bowl the 18th. Right arm over, he goes. Akil Hussain aims over the offside. Oh, what a shot! The young bowler has just hit Chris Jordan over long off for 6. Hussain goes to 16. It's 117 for 8.
Cool. Hang on a second. What a shot this is. This is a shot of a top-order batter. Beautiful flow of the bat. Gets his right leg out of the way, the left-hander, and strike. Wow, does he strike it? Full flow of the bat. Chris Jordan, pace on ball. It's at 140 clicks. There's some pace in that, and he's certainly given a bit of food for thought now with Chris Jordan, and the field is set.
That was like Phil Mickelson on the first tee. I mean, that was a glorious swing.
In the games against Ireland, they promoted him ahead of Shepherd and Smith in one of the games. I think when they were struggling, but I thought he batted quite well in that one. Not quite the power he's just shown here, but certainly the way he set up.
Jordan back in. How does he respond? Well, Akil Hussain swings hard, gets underneath this one, and Owen Morgan drops it. Backpedaling at short extra cover. It was one of those that he was backpedaling, trying to take, and he just couldn't get the feet to go quite quickly enough. He apologises to Chris Jordan, does the skipper. Akil Hussain has got to swing hard. It's reached that stage that pretty much every ball has got to disappear to the boundary in one form or another. High on the bat, loops up, and I'm afraid Owen Morgan won't want to see the look at the big screen, because that's going to be replayed a couple of times. For a man who moves so beautifully at times, that was not the best.
I think we'll just say it's one to forget there.
Moving swiftly on. 118 for 8, 54 from the remaining 16 balls. Jordan is in. Oh, Shepherd swung this into the leg side. Sixer into the scoreboard. And 6-1-6 goes this over. Shepherd goes to 28. The West Indies haven't given this one away yet. It's 124 for 8. It means they need 48 from the remaining 15 deliveries. So basically 3 a ball from here on in.
Yeah, just a little bit of scramble thinking possibly from England. Do they go death as we would do, feeling like the game is still on, or do we try some things and so on and so forth? Shepherd's very dangerous. It shows with this shot. Snapped it straight out of a baseball sort of scrapbook. Smacked it over Jason Roy at deep mid-wicket. He's got such power, so dangerous. I think there's a bit of me I would just be saying, look, let's just go death like we would be doing, as if we don't feel like we're in charge of this game. And I think it will make it so much harder for him.
Odean Smith is off the field. He's sitting next to Phil Simmons on the bench. He's watching and waiting, and he's seeing his mate swing another into the leg side. That's even bigger. That's almost landed in the party stand. It's another 6. Third 6 of the over. 42 needed from 14, and Shepherd has 34 from 22 deliveries.
God blimey, all of a sudden the game is alive again. It is alive. This has gone miles into the party stand. Chris Jordan's looked to just stick it on his hip. Just a fraction too leg side-ish, and he manages to swivel, does Shepherd, and get the power. Difficult to generate the power over deep square leg from that angle, but he does. And the West Indian fans in the party stand, wow, they're smashing some rum in now. They feel like they're in the game.
10 sixes in the innings. 42 needed from 14 balls. Chris Jordan gathers his thoughts and comes in for the 5th ball of the 18th over. Bowls right arm over, carved through point on this occasion. Will it get to the boundary for 4? It's saved down there by Reece Topley. They're going to look at it. It's such an important part of the game. I think it's close. They're going to surely have a look at this and just make sure.
Yeah, they're going to be checking it, but Shepherd again up to task. Jordan, wide Yorker. Is it out on the wide line, just inside the wide line, so he's not missed by much, if anything. But Shepherd shows a real deft touch and a real bit of quality. Smacks it behind point. Is it going to be a boundary, or is it just going to be the 2?
So Topley gets his hand to it, knocks it down, but as he's sliding along the ground, he continues towards the boundary, and he does manages to save it. It's only 2. 40 needed from 13. Now, this is the final ball of the over. How does Shepherd play this? He needs to be on strike next over if he can. It's a ball outside of off stump by Chris Jordan, and Joel Wilson says wide. It's 1 to the total. It's a bowl this again job, and Chris Jordan's not happy. 39 needed from 13.
I think he's just asked him if he can review that. He can't believe it's been wided. It's straight down that blue line, straight down.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit unlucky. I wondered what you thought. We're only a couple of games since Chris Jordan struggled in that semi-final in the death. Completely different kind of situation to this.
In he goes, right arm over. Shepherd in behind this one, pushing into the offside. Moeen Ali Fields on the edge of the circle, and they will take the single. That is what they wanted. 18 overs gone, 134 for 8. 38 are needed from the 12 remaining deliveries. It is a tall order, but the West Indies have what they want. They have Romario Shepherd on strike. He's the top scorer in the innings so far, 37 from 24 balls here on TalkSport 2.
Chris Jordan's a death bowler, so he's used to going for lots of runs, even if one was a semi-final of a World Cup. For England, though, especially if he goes for more runs in his next over here, which they might be bowled out before we even get there. Do you think there's a point where England is starting to think maybe Chris Jordan isn't the person to go forward with in the next World Cup? I think it would be unfair, but I just wonder if you thought that's a possibility.
I think the one thing we know about Owen Morgan is he's very loyal to his players, and if it's not quite going right and he knows that they're working hard and their processes are correct, we know that even bowling the ball that you want to bowl can still go out of the park sometimes. So I think he holds his nerve very well. He trusts his players. Chris Jordan has been there and done it so many times for him. I think he would stick with him personally.
Reece Topley to bowl his Final over, left arm over, swing outside of off stump, and Shepherd can't make contact with that one. Barry Wilkinson's in the back of the box. He's adamant that West Indies can still win this game. I mean, mathematically they can. It's a bit of a reach, and that first dot ball of the over makes it a bit more difficult. There's only 11 left in the innings.
There's something in there. You watch Shepherd strike a ball. Whew. He's a player, that is for sure. But wow, this would be some feat if he pulls it off from here.
37 not out. Topley is in. It's a lowish full toss. Shepherd swung hard into the offside. He's clothed it a bit, but they should be able to get back for 2, and they will get back for 2. 36 needed from 10, which even the most basic of maths means you need a boundary a ball.
Yeah, the one thing you would say from a technical point of view, Topley's angle going over the wicket around does make it harder for Shepherd because he wants to open up that leg side, so the ball going across him is a little harder.
In goes Topley. Shepherd swinging hard. Again, not got all of it. Gets it down to Jason Roy at long on. They will take the single, and he needs a new bat. The one that Chris Gale's given him has given out apparently. So he needs a new piece of willow as the West Indies take a single, and Akeal Hussain will be on strike.
Back of a hand slower ball from Topley, getting it decent amount outside off stump. Shepherd couldn't generate the power from it. Broken his favourite number 1 bat. Is that going to be it? His number 1's gone. Is that it? Is that over? Is that the chance the West Indies had of getting over the line has just gone because he's broken his number 1?
Well, that says quite a lot actually, if nothing else. How many fast bowlers used to have more than 1 bat? You know, you're saying that's his number 1 bat. Times have changed.
Cool, no, the boys will have 4 or 5 in a bag, don't worry about that. The batters will have about 6 or 7, if not more.
I think he's a bit more than just a fast bowler, to be fair. So, you know, in the old days he might have had 2.
Akeal Hussain facing Topley, left arm over to left-hander, and he's beaten on the outside edge through to Sam Billings, and there is no run. 8 balls left, 35 needed.
So this is Shepherd's 11th game, I think. Yeah, 11th game for the West Indies. It's only his 3rd innings that he's ever actually got in. It's now his highest score, but he's currently averaging 96 in T20 internationals.
Nice.
That gets him a 3rd bat.
I'll tell you what, nicely done with an IPL auction just around the corner.
Yep. Well, he's bowled some good spells recently as well. It's funny, everyone's talking about Odean Smith because obviously he can score at 3 runs a ball, but
in goes Topley. Hussain backs away, carves through the offside. It's straight to the sweeper, who is James Vince, and they will take a single. 34 needed from 7 balls. We're almost at Sir Garfield Sobers territory. He's in attendance. The Players' Pavilion is named after him.
Yeah, Topley's just done exactly what Owen Morgan wanted. He's closed out this over beautifully. Dot 2, single, dot, single. Been a great over so far. Stuck to his guns, composed. A couple of slower balls, a couple of on-pace balls, but got them in the right area, made it difficult for the batters. Whoever bowls that last over, we're assuming it'd be Chris Jordan, he's made his life a lot easier with this over.
Final ball of the 19th then. Topley in, swung hard by Shepherd, out through point, 1 bounce, 2 bounces, can Moeen Ali get there? No, it goes away for 4, so 19 gone, 142 for 8. Shepherd moves to 44. The West Indies need 30 more from the final 6 deliveries. Right, we've plugged in Barry Wilkinson. Barry, tell me why you thought at the start of that over it was still so possible for the West Indies.
Look, Romario Shepherd, as I said earlier, West Indies A team versus New Zealand A, December 3rd, 133 from 154 balls, 14 4, 7 sixes. When the West Indies were struggling at 77 for 7, he came in batting at number 9 and belted that 100. And everyone took note back then. That was in December, like I said, 2020. Everyone took note that this youngster from Guyana is no joke. And I've seen him play some innings in the CPL, and I understand how he likes to bat. He is extremely confident, and I've seen him belt some sixes, and that's why I had the confidence that, look, even though the West Indies will probably go down, once Romero Shepherd is there, they're going to definitely go down guns blazing.
Absolutely, and of course he had a good knock in the series against Ireland recently as well. So it's 30 more from 6 balls. Shepherd has 44 from 28, but it is Akil Hussain who is on strike for the first ball of the last over. 18 from 10 he has to his name. It's almost 11:30 this Sunday evening, and Saqib Mahmood has the final over, but it's not the first ball of the final over because he's put it across the left-hander but too wide. And Joel Wilson stretches out his arms, calls wide, and it's now 29 needed from 6 regulation deliveries.
I don't think that will faze him too much. He's got a plan to get out on that wide line. He's only missed it fractionally. It's good that he committed to it.
Right, gathers at the end of his mark, on his way. Right arm over the wicket. That could be another wide, you know. That's a big swish, and everyone turns to Joel Wilson, and Joel Wilson doesn't raise his arms on this occasion. England were concerned, or should I say disappointed, with the call of wide earlier. Now it's Akil Hussain's turn to be disappointed and staring at the umpire saying, well, why wasn't that one? And that did look a little bit wide of the blue marker.
No, pitched inside the blue line. He's been consistent as Joel Wilson. We've seen that before. In the first innings I possibly said it was a wide, when actually it's exactly the same as what we've just seen there.
Mahmood. Akil Hussain gives himself some space outside of off stump, swings it to the leg side. Great shot. England have got 2 men patrolling the leg side boundary, one at long on, one at mid wicket, and he's managed to get it between the pair of them, and it goes away for 4. The West Indies 147 for 8.
It's a good swipe this from Hussain. He got that gap. It is the shorter boundary, but it doesn't matter. He's managed to get enough left hand in it just to persuade it into that gap. Muscle, I'm not so sure, but the bat swing, speed of swing, all there. Very well played, young man.
22 from 12, 25 needed from 4. Swings hard, back over Mahmood's head. He needs to go all the way. Now, did that land on the boundary foam? It's 4. It was just short. The West Indies needed that to go all the way. The 150 comes up. It's 151 for 8, but it's 21 from 3 balls.
Akil Hussain has a first-class 100, just in case you needed that fact at this stage, Macca.
I think I can understand why. He got himself very deep in the crease and then straight drove it back over the bowler's head. And that was millimetres away from landing on the boundary sponge and being a 6. Pressure on Mahmood. He's on his way for the 4th ball. Right arm over, that will be called wide. Joel Wilson raises the arms, 152 for 8, 20 more from 3 balls. It's still not technically possible, but all of these things just build up the pressure, Gareth Batty.
Oh, you can see the pressure, the tension around the stadium, not just on the players' faces, but in the crowd. Like you say, mathematically it's done, but both of the batters out there, they still feel it. They don't feel like it's done. They're expecting a no ball, a couple of wides. They're expecting something, and you can see Mahmood. He knows that this is his audition. This is his chance. He's got to get it right. It's international cricket. There's a lot on the line.
He's had a chat with Owen Morgan. Now he comes in. Akil Hussain whacks this into the leg side. Oh, great attempt to stop the ball, but it goes for 6. It's 14 off of 2 balls, but Akil Hussain is going to get every maximum ounce he can get out of this in the hope that Mahmood will bowl another wide and keep this game alive. But what a shot, pulled over at mid-wicket. It's a brilliant attempt by Jason Roy. He ends up tipping it over the bar for 6, but he was centimetres away from pulling off an absolute worldie.
It's a full swing of the bat again. I'm saying, Roy almost gets it. He went with the wrong hand. Almost needed to be a left-handed catch, sort of top left-hand corner, but he goes with the right hand because he trusts it a bit more. Almost claws it in, but the momentum and the power of the ball takes him over the line, and it's another 6. Fantastic batting from these two young men.
So 3 years ago, Durban Heat needed 12 runs, I think. Sorry, we're defending with 12 runs needed after the last ball.
14 from 2. Here comes Mahmood. Akil Hussain swings hard into the leg side again. He's still that one. He goes for 6. 8 off the last ball is what's required. All Mahmood has to do is not bowl a no ball or a wide, and this is done. But at the moment, Akil Hussain's beams are going. He's pinged that one. That's an absolute beauty over the leg side, and the crowd are loving it. The West Indies technically cannot win if the bowler just keeps his cool.
God, this is better than the previous one. This is a heck of a strike. Short boundary, no short boundary, it doesn't matter. That's a 90-yard strike straight over long on into the crowd. The crowd are loving it. They've got full value for money. 38 off 15 now from Hussain. Wow, has he played a hand. Even if it's in vain, this is incredible from these two West Indian batters.
Mahmood, that's the final ball of his over, the final ball of the innings. He's got 0 for 39 so far. He's gone for back-to-back 6s. 8 needed from the final ball. Mahmood runs up, right arm over. Akil Hussain smashes it over long off for 6. It's an incredible way to finish. 6, 6, 6. But it's not enough. England have won by 1 run. Akil Hussain is down on his knees in the middle of the pitch. He gets a pat on the head from Romario Shepherd. Now Sam Billings wanders over and pats him on the back. There's going to be a bit of a strange feeling within the England camp. They've won the match, they've levelled the series, but the last over belongs to Akil Hussain. England will tell you though, they did enough because the final over, they came up short. But what a dramatic finish to this game. Gareth Batty.
God, I mean, one of the biggest compliments you could pay any West Indian cricketer. That last shot, it looked like Brian Lara. The way he just hit it up and over, long off, and it's gone a long way back. There is no question that this is short boundary hitting. This is proper hitting from a slight man compared with Shepherd at the other end, who's 6 foot plenty and a very, very big man. That was a wonderful effort from these two. They've shown some real fight. They've shown some real passion. They've done some things there that in that changing room, yes, they've lost a game of cricket, but I tell you what, they'll be full of energy. They'll be buzzing off that. That is a very dangerous statement there by these two young batters, and England need to take heed from that and actually just learn from what's just happened there, those last 2 or 3 overs.
Well, the players are walking off, and Kieron Pollard has just given a big hug and a pat on the back to Akil Hussain as he goes past him. He's just shaking hands with Owen Morgan with a huge grin on his face, as if to say to Owen Morgan, yeah, you know how close that one was. Let's bring Barry back in. Well, I tell you what, Barry, you weren't a million miles wrong.
I told you, this is what you call a tremendous defeat. The West Indies fans would not mind what happened at Kensington Oval tonight, because this is what you call fight, hard, giving it your all. And I warned you that Hussain and Shepherd are not batsmen to be played with. They could have won this game for the West Indies. I mean, they came within 1 run, and we would be going to a super over. And I'm not surprised by what happened here at all. The writing has been on the wall for the last couple of seasons. Watching Hussain, watching Shepherd, these guys have really propped up the West Indies in terms of the bottom half of the innings when it has been soft. And what we saw here tonight was what I would consider to be a tremendous defeat. The Windies should not feel shamed at all. And the fans got their full value. Every fan here got full value tonight, and watching around and listening on TalkSport 2.
Well, that is the highest 9th wicket stand in T20 cricket for the West Indies. 72 unbroken, beating the previous best of DJ Bravo and Jerome Taylor against Pakistan back in 2016 in Dubai. They made 66. So England win by 1 run. They posted 171 for 8. Remember, the the average score in Barbados in T20s is only 155. So we thought England were plenty above par on that one. And then when the West Indies were 57 for 6, 65 for 7. It looked like the West Indies were out with the washing, but Romario Shepherd and Akil Hussain had other ideas. They both finished 44 not out, and the West Indies lose by 1 run, and the series is level at 1 match apiece.